The House will come to order. Members, take your seats. The House will come to order. The chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves the House adjourned from the session of March 15th, 2022. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Bob Stewart, pastor of St. Paul's United Methodist Church in Manchester.
Good morning. Let us be in a spirit of prayer. In the middle of this week, O God, assure us again of your presence in the midst of our lives. Renew our strength and determination to do your will here on earth, even as it is done in heaven above. Guard and protect us from experiencing a sense of self-contentment and from having a vision that may be too narrow. Enable us to reach outside this chamber, into our communities, and even stretch us further beyond our communities. May we somehow become your agents of change. May those changes be for the good of all people here in New Hampshire, and even some corner of this anguished world. We again come to you in prayer today with hopes that through our collective and unified prayers, we might see an end to the war against Ukraine. We also ask for prayers for the Russian people who are caught in the middle of this war. Oh God, you created and breathed life into all of humanity. Every life is precious to you, and in turn, every life should be precious to each of us as well. O God of love and peace, I pray you will be with each member of this house, and I pray that you keep your guiding and watchful hand upon each of them. Guide them and help them to make sound decisions for the people they represent, and to make sound decisions for the state of New Hampshire. I pray that your guiding hand upon each member will give them the courage and strength to guide their hearts in doing what is right and just for all people. Keep them all safe and healthy, O God, and free of any harm. We also ask that you be with all the leadership of the house. Keep your hands upon them as they lead this body. O God of the Alpha and the Omega, may we be your hands and feet in this world. And again, we ask that you help us to be your agents of change. It is in your glory and honor we pray this day and every day. Amen.
The chair recognizes the member from Portsmouth, the Dean of the House, Representative Laura Panalakis, who will lead us in a pledge of allegiance. The chair recognizes the member from Marlborough, Representative Lucius Parcell, who will now perform our national anthem. House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Birch, Cleaver, Ellis, Mary Griffin, Hopper, Jack, Kimball, Lawton, Littlefield, Lundgren, Myler, Newton, Salloway, Sofakidis, Tudor, Vale. The day, important business, Representatives Cody, Crawford, Harvey. The day, illness in the family, Representatives Davis and Elliott.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. The House will come to order. The House will attend to introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome. I don't believe they're in the gallery. We have no guests.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The House will The House will now attend to the continuation of the regular calendar, beginning with House Bill 1332 from the Committee on Education. Can I have everyone's attention for a minute? We have a slight malfunction. IT is on its way up, so we'll be in a short recess until we can get this straightened out.
Let's start over from the beginning, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, I haven't even read it yet. I haven't even read it yet. Members, take your seats. The majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1332, an act accepting public universities and colleges from requirements under medical freedom immunizations, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Glenn Cordelli from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Linda Tanner from the minority of the committee. Chair, for what reason does a member rise?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion
State your motion.
to table 1332.
It is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1332. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Roll call. Who requested a roll call? Representative Cushman requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 1332 on the table. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Luno for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know parents expect public and private colleges to take reasonable steps to protect the health and safety of students, and if I know I want to hear the debate on how this bill will better enable public colleges to protect our kids who go there, make New Hampshire's colleges more attractive, build our workforce, and grow our economy, then would I press the red button to defeat the tabling motion? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Lang for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that every citizen has a natural, essential, and inherent right to bodily integrity and free from threat or compulsion by government to accept an immunization, and we have affirmed that right just last year at the passage of HB 220, the underlying law that this bill seeks to amend. Mr. Speaker, if I further know that this bill seeks to make a subclass of New Hampshire citizens where that natural, essential, and inherent right would be taken away. And Mr. Speaker, lastly, if I want to protect all New Hampshire citizens, reaffirm that natural, essential, and inherent right to bodily integrity, free from threat or compulsion from government, would I now press the green button and support the tabling motion?
Has everybody turned on their machines? They ain't gonna work if you don't turn them on when I hit the button. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 1132 on the table. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. (172) voting yea, 142 voting nay. House Bill 1132 is laid on the table.
All right, Mr. Speaker, I need a minute. We've got to turn some stations on, so if you could just give me 2 minutes. We've got to...
Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1355, an act requiring scholarship organization to refer suspected cases of misuse of funds or fraud in the Education Freedom Account program to the Attorney General. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Glenn Cordelli from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee. Having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative David Luno from the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
I rise to make a motion
State your motion.
to table 1355.
It is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1355. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. House Bill 1355 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1367, an act relative to civics instruction in schools. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Glenn Cordelli for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Linda Tanner for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0933H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 53 through 54. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question before us now is on the committee report of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1376, an act relative to participation in the Education Freedom Accounts program by students with disabilities. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. That resolved it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Deborah Hobson for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Patricia Cornell for the minority of the committee. What reason does a member rise?
I rise to make a motion
State your motion.
to table 1376.
It is a proper motion. This motion before us is to table House Bill 1376. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1376. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Mullen for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that informing parents about the rights of their special ed students should be a priority for all of us, and if I know that the Department of Education contributed to the drafting of this bill, would I now push the red button against the tabling motion so that the debate could continue? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hobson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that in committee we learned all of these provisions in this bill are already in rule, and if I know we have many bills to get through this week, would I now press the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1376. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to... If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 179 voting yea, 153 voting nay. The motion to table passes. Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1381, an act relative to student school board members. Considered the same, report the same, with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Alicia Leakes for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Aye. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted.
All right, on this one, it's just roll call in PIs, no debate. Nodders requested a roll call.
This is going to be a roll call vote. We have no debate. We just have PIs. Representative Nodder has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Members will take their seats.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you have to read the report.
Oh,
and adopt the
that's right,
amendment
Joe.
first.
Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1434 FN, an act relative to the availability of school curriculum materials. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Sue Mullen from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0992H, printed in House Record 10A, page 58. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Aye. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted, and the motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1434. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Mullen for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that provisions already exist under RSA 186:11 for parents and guardians to review curriculum materials in a timely fashion and request alternatives, and if I know, without any demonstrated need, that this bill would extend the opportunity beyond parents and guardians to any resident in a community and require unspecified staff to gather indeterminable amounts of course materials within a 10-day window, and if I believe that the policies and procedures already in law are adequate enough to address any concerns, would I now oppose the recommendation of ought to pass as amended by pushing the red button so that another motion may be made?
The chair recognizes Representative Sanborn for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that parents, taxpayers, and residents have a natural right to know what is being taught in their schools, and if I know that this bill simply honors this right and requires curriculum materials to be made available within 10 days of the request, would I then now support New Hampshire parents and ensure transparency in public education by pressing the green button?
The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1434. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Abramson.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote,
Yes or no? Okay.
if all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 185 voting yea, 152 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 1564 FN Local, an act requiring school districts to provide breakfast for students. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Deborah Hobson for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Arthur Ellison for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Ellison to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the ITL motion on HB 1564. There is no disagreement that students who participate in breakfast programs have better school attendance and higher academic performance than those who are hungry. All of the research on this issue supports those conclusions. The committee heard comments during the hearing on this bill that if students came to school hungry, it is the fault of the parents. This perspective does not reflect the reality of some students' lives, some of whom are homeless, others who are living in dysfunctional family situations. And it is not fair to blame the actions, or in this case, the inactions of parents on their children. Feeding our children should be one of the highest priorities of our schools, in this case, the 30 school districts that do not currently provide breakfast to their students. And finally, it's a sad commentary on our priorities when we need legislation in order to feed children. But that's where we are now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Hobson to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the education hearings, we learned that of 466 schools taking advantage of the school lunch program, only 30 were not already providing breakfast. If this measure were to pass, schools would need to expand offerings to comply with the provisions of this bill, likely increasing costs at an amount indeterminable. Some of the costs to the Department of Education are costs to start up the program and personnel to oversee and run the program. These functions are currently not funded, and as a result would violate the New Hampshire Constitution, Article 28A, as an unfunded mandate. With only 30 schools in New Hampshire not participating in the program, it would seem to be a matter of choice over costs. For these reasons, I would request you support the ITL motion. Thank you.
The question before us is the ITL motion on House Bill 1564. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is the majority report of any speed to legislate on House Bill 1564. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Woodcock for a parliamentary inquiry.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. If I know that New Hampshire currently ranks 47th out of the 50 states in our nation's school lunch participation, and each day New Hampshire misses serving 7,869 students school breakfast and annually leaves on the floor of the table $1.5 million of food federal funding money. And if I know research supports that students from food insecure and marginally secure households get more of their food nutrients from school meals than any other student, and if I know the research data that supports students who have more nutritious diets tend to perform better and pay more attention in school, and finally, if I know this bill was wisely sponsored and co-sponsored by several Republican representatives, then we should follow their lead and vote no on the ITL so a more food-filled option can be discussed.
Chair recognizes Representative Ford for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill changes school requirements from providing students one meal a day to mandating that they provide both breakfast and lunch, and if I know that this would apply only to the 30 districts that do not currently provide breakfast, and if I know this is a 28A issue that will cost thousands of dollars for those 30 districts, would I now ITL this unfunded mandate by pressing the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority report of any speaker to legislate on House Bill 1564. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Marsh.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 180 voting yea, 160 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1576FN, an act repealing the law relative to certain discrimination in public workplaces and education. Be considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Sue Mullen for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion
State your motion.
to table 1576.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1576. A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? This will be a roll call vote. Members take their seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1576. This will be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Mullen for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the prohibition against teaching discrimination in public workspaces is about censoring public employers and programs from sharing historical information that questions the status quo, and if I know that our country was founded on the principle that speaking without fear of reprisal is essential and guaranteed, and if I believe that we have a responsibility to defend the First Amendment, would I now press the red button to oppose the tabling motion so that another motion could be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that discrimination of any kind is unacceptable in public workplaces and education, and if I also know the New Hampshire Department of Education has launched a new webpage in support of the New Hampshire Commission of Human Rights aimed to ensure that students and educators are free from discrimination and that they have the opportunity to learn and teach in a safe environment, and lastly, if I believe this new law provides a unique opportunity for the department and all school districts to have a meaningful conversations about discrimination and to better understand and differentiate between discrimination and non-discrimination, would I then support the tabling motion by pressing the green button?
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1576. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Spain. Representative Spain. Thumbs up or thumbs down? You have to give me a thumb up or a thumb down. You have to give me a thumb up or a thumb down. Thank you.
While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 186 voting yea, 158 voting nay. Committee report that House Bill 1576 is laid on the table. Members, stay in your seats. This is going to be another quick one. Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 1607 FN, an act prohibiting unlawful discrimination in public and non-public schools. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Glenn Cordelli for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Linda Tanner from the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
I rise to make a motion
State your motion.
to table 1607.
Proper motion. Representative Tanner has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1607. This is going to be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Tanner for a parliamentary inquiry.
Hold on, Representative. Hold on.
Is that it? No? If I know, there we go. If I know that HB 1607 extends the New Hampshire non-discrimination law and equal protection to all schools, tuition programs, and educational services receiving state funding, and if I know that the State Board of Education should have the responsibility to ensure that all students in New Hampshire in protected classes as defined in New Hampshire law are shielded from discrimination, and if I know that public funding requires public accountability, and that's why we need to hear this debate, would you please vote against the tabling motion? Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Cordelli for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that we are making progress getting through the calendar today, if I know that the director of the Human Rights Commission testified in our committee that this bill would complicate and delay discrimination complaints, processing, and investigations, and if I know that this bill would effectively remove the constitutionally protected exemptions for religious organizations, would I now vote to get on with our business so that we don't have to stay here until 4 a.m. on Friday by pressing the green button?
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1607. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. We're in the voting mode. Members, stay in your seats.
Representative Simpson.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to state of the vote.
Well, we thought you were out, Representative. Thumbs up or thumbs down, Representative? Thank you. Awesome.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 189 voting yea, 155 voting nay. House Bill 1607 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 1632 FN, an act relative to civil rights education in public and elementary and secondary schools. Considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Alicia Leak is for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Linda Tanner for the minority of the committee. What reason does the member rise?
I rise to make a motion
State your motion.
to table this bill 1632.
Is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1632. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and 1632 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 1638, an act relative to grievances under the right to freedom from discrimination in public workplaces and education. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Alicia Leak is for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Linda Tanner for the minority of the committee. What reason does a member rise?
I rise to make a motion
State your motion.
to table 1638.
The motion before us is to table 1638, House Bill 1638. Representative Luno has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1638. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Tanner for a parliamentary inquiry. Members should be in their seats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill will bring a local procedure for discrimination claims in schools, and if I know that this bill provides a way to bring local solutions and local remedies for discrimination claims that will help bring civility and respect rather than division to our schools, and if I know I am here today to do my job, to sit and listen to debates, and to allow a debate like this on a very important issue, would I press the red button so that we can have the debate we're supposed to have? Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Alicia Leak for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that once again this repeals language protecting people, protecting our students from discrimination, And if I know that this bill mandates that the parents first go to the superintendent, and if the superintendent is the one that is initiating the discrimination, the parent has nobody to go to and will be afraid to go because they will be afraid of recrimination against their children. Would I then press the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1638. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Boyd.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 190 voting yea, 152 voting nay. House Bill 1638 is laid on the table. The Majority Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1639, Act relative to Youth Risk Behavioral Survey in Schools, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Ralph Bohm for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Sue Mullen for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0189H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 82. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us is majority report of ought to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Mullen to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the House Ed Majority recommendation of ought to pass as amended to House Bill 1639 relative to the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. The YRBS has been used as an instrument to capture student voices since 1993. For 29 years, it has provided confidential data regarding student at-risk behaviors to schools, law enforcement, and community agencies so that they may develop and deliver programs that speak directly to student needs. Currently, any parent who does not wish for their child to participate in the YRBS only needs to notify the school and the child will be exempted. That is detailed under RSA 18611, along with the requirements for parental notification and the required opportunity to review the document. House Bill 1639 seeks to flip the process and require that any parent who wishes their child to participate provides written permission. On the surface, this may seem like no big deal. But the reality is that anyone who has ever had to collect permission slips knows that even for high-interest activities like field trips, films, and sporting events, hectic lives and forgetful children often result in paperwork being left on the kitchen counter. Without a permission slip, there would be no participation. The impact of inadequate participation: Those most affected had a lot to say. House Education received impassioned testimony from many stakeholders: the National Alliance on Mental Illness, the Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence, New Futures, the Franklin, New Hampshire Chief of Police, the Raymond Coalition for Youth, the Stratford County Substance Misuse Prevention Coordinator, and our own State of New Hampshire Public Health Services Director pointed out that the data collected by this survey allows them to secure funding and address topics such as bullying, suicide prevention, substance misuse, violence, harassment, vaping, anxiety, depression, and more. To a person, they pointed out the benefits to communities from the targeted responses that guide them in knowing what individual communities need. And to a person, they talked about the potentially devastating impact of not being able to survey the minimum number of students required for the data to be considered representative, excuse me, and unbiased. Their programs and services are at risk of elimination. You may hear testimony today that kids don't take this survey seriously, and that may be true for a few. You may hear that the YRBS is considered a joke by some. Again, possible. But what about the kids that do take it seriously? How many kids have we helped, maybe even saved, because we listened to them? Instruments like the YRBS have metrics built into them to account for the responses that are obviously untrue. The outliers get tossed so that the results are reliable and not skewed. There is nothing funny about drug and alcohol abuse or suicide. There's no joke in sexual violence, anxiety, and depression, or being the victim of bullying. There are tough issues addressed in the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, without a doubt, because these are the real issues that are challenging our kids. We heard testimony from experts in the field that when participation moves from opt-out to opt-in, data and requirements are affected and programs are eliminated. Questions remain. If not the tried and true YRBS, how will we go about gathering the data to know what we should be doing? Do we guess? Are we going to be required to shift the expenses for current programs onto our constituents? What kind of messages are we delivering to our youth when we silence their voices because the topics are too tough to talk about? For these reasons, I ask that you press the red button against the ought to pass as amended recommendation so that another motion may be made. Thank you.
We're down to the last speaker. Representative Mullen has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This is going to be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The chair recognizes Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some years ago, I introduced a bill to put a rein in on non-academic surveys. Parents had to be notified and questions provided. Bill finally passed and is now law, even though there have been multiple tries to change it. Everything was opt-out except for the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. However, this survey is taken as a joke by most high school students. When I was on the school board, this was given in our high school. I heard from students that they were taking this as a class project to see how bad they can make it. How many times do we get drunk? Do you take drugs? And they answered on how to do it. Some weeks later, our principal came to our school board meeting with the disastrous results. I then informed them how the survey was taken. Our student school board member verified this. Other schools have the same issues. When they know the survey is being taken, social media goes rampant with entries on how to answer the questions. We had testimony with this as testimony at our hearing. Also, parents need to know what their children are being asked. Parental rights. All questions on any survey must be given to parents so they can make the decision to allow their children to take the survey. Over the years, we've heard arguments that parents do not get the permission slip for the survey, so they do not opt in. Interesting, parents have to opt in for field trips. These seem to be returned. Parents don't opt in because they do not want the child to take it. And nowadays, this is also being done electronically, emails, etc., to parents, so it's not hidden in the school bag. Some may testify to this survey, and others are all academic. It is the school's responsibility to teach, not to be social workers. These surveys only interfere with the student learning activities. For example, in the CTE committee that I'm on, it came out that some career tech education students may miss their courses because the surveys be taken at their resident school. And it's been proven time after time that no survey is anonymous. The first 7 questions on this survey, one can easily determine who is answering the questions. Age, grade, sex, race, height, weight, etc. Then there are questions on using drugs. Anyone guess who will answer correctly if they are? And questions on drugs, drinking, sex, suicide can also serve as training aids. We've seen this in the past with some drug programs, and it's why they have been stopped. Parents need to know again what questions are being asked for their children. If the parents are specifically asked to opt in, then they will take the opportunity to check the questions. And at what percentage point does it make the survey immaterial if only some are answering correctly? Remember, this survey is done by the CDC, and depending on what administration is in power, questions do become political. In the past, there were questions on guns in home. Now I bet this year there'll be questions on vaccinations. Another argument is that they need the entire school to take the survey to get the full results. What's the difference? Students answering as a joke or not answering at all? So please press the green button. Thank you.
The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass as amended. This is a roll call vote. Members will be in their seats. The chair recognizes Representative Cornell for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that I have no idea how to counter the amount of misinformation you have just been given, and if I know that numerous stakeholders testified that they relied on the data collected by the Youth Behavior Survey to plan programs and services to address bullying, suicide, anxiety, substance abuse, and more. And if I know that surveys and tests have built-in metrics to account for the very small number of students that may not take it seriously, and if I know that I was in a school when students were taking this risk survey, and I don't know of very many at all that said, oh, I'm just going to make a joke out of this. And if I know that after spending 36 years in education that opt-in does not work, even for a great field trip, because kids are forgetful. And if I know that I spent hours in the morning before a field trip calling parents for their crying child to please run in with that permission slip. Would I now vote no and press the red button so another motion could be made?
For future parliamentary inquiries and for future speeches, I'm going to ask that all the members adhere to what we try and observe in this chamber, that we do not try and put blame or suggest that somebody else has a bad motive or anything of that nature. So please, I'm talking to both sides of the aisle here. For what reason does a member rise?
For an inquiry of the chair.
You may inquire.
Mr. Speaker, isn't there a difference between maligning and questioning motive and what I heard, which was a concern about facts?
The member, in my opinion, suggested that the member lied. Now, that is why I'm addressing both sides of the aisle here. We've had it before, we've had it yesterday, and it's already started today. And I'm asking all the members to refrain from making any type of an accusatory remark about another member. You may further inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the explanation and agree with it entirely. My concern is that there is a difference between the word misinformation, which simply means a mistake, and disinformation, which implies a lie. Thank you.
Thank you for... The chair recognizes Representative Alicia Leakes for a parliamentary inquiry. Before you start, Representative, yesterday I asked also that we keep our parliamentary inquiries to parliamentary inquiries. They're starting to get a little bit long. I'm not referring to you right now, Representative, but they're starting to get a little bit long on both sides of the aisle. So please, keep your parliamentary inquiries to what they should be, a true parliamentary inquiry, not a speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that false information can lead to false results, and and then we would be basing actions on false results, and if I know that many parents object to this survey, and if I know that most school district websites are so large and so complicated, then even if notification is given on the website, the parents may well not find it and even know to be able to opt out, would I now press green? Thank you.
The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1639. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 183 voting yea, 164 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. For what reason does the member rise?
I'd like to request the remarks from the prior debate be printed in the permanent journal.
Okay, everybody, calm down. The motion was made to have the remarks printed in the permanent journal from the prior debate. Are you ready for the question?
Mr. Speaker, does that include your remarks on correcting the misinformation line?
First off,
Okay. First of all, the House will be in order. First of all, any questions, points of order, the member has to come down to the podium. Unlike the last 2 years where we're in off-campus, from now on, the member must come down to the podium and ask the question. And to answer your question, it is part of the remarks, and yes, it would be included in the permanent journal. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. The motion before us is to print the remarks in the permanent journal from the prior debate. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 240 voted yea, 106 voting nay. Remarks will be printed.
It's got to reset the system. And it's still on that. You can't change it. I need 5 minutes. I gotta get IT. We're having some.
We're going to take a quick recess. We still got some IT issues going on, so we're going to take a 5-minute or so recess. so we can get going again.
Teresa. Teresa.
Members, take your seats.
To recognize me, I have to read something.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Recognize the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, in a letter from the Chair of the Criminal Justice Committee, pursuant to House Rule 47F, as Chair of House Criminal Justice, I hereby waive off the second committee assignment of House Bill 1130.
The Majority Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1669 FN, an act requiring the Department of Education to administer the Education Freedom Account Program. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Michael Moffett from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Stephen Woodcock from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Ladd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion
State your motion.
to table 1669.
Is a proper motion. The motion is to table 1669. Representative Luno has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1669. The chair recognizes Representative Luno for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know New Hampshire's 160,000 public school kids perform among the best in the country, and that's what parents want, and if I know this bill would have the Department of Education manage the state's voucher program, returning millions of dollars every year to education, and if I know that I want to hear the debate on how this bill would actually increase voucher funds by 10%, instead of it being pocketed by a contractor with current and former state reps on their board, then would I press the red button so that we can hear the debate on this bill? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Moffett for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that Abraham Lincoln, that guy, if I know that Abraham Lincoln was correct when he advised against changing horses in the middle of a stream, And if I know that the Education Freedom Account program is in its infancy, and it's way too soon, way too early to pass judgment regarding current program administrative structure. And finally, if I know that the Department of Education does not seek and is not prepared to suddenly take over the EFA program administration, then would I press the shiny Dartmouth big green button to support the tabling resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1669. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote?
Hold on. Representative Freitas. Yes, sir. All right.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to state of the vote. 185 voting yea, 158 voting nay. House Bill 1669 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1670 local, an act relative to funds of the Education Freedom Account program after termination of a student's participation responsibilities of the scholarship organization. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Deborah Hobson from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee. Having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator David Luno from the minority of the committee. What reason does a member rise?
I rise to make a motion
State your motion.
to table 1670.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1670. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take their seats. We have no parliamentary inquiries, so it will be moving to a quick vote. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1670. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 188 voting yea, 163 voting nay. House Bill 1670 is laid on the table.
No debate on this one, Mr. Speaker.
Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 1672, an act relative to misuse of education freedom account funds. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Alicia Leak is for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative David Luno from the minority of the committee. The motion before us is the inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1672. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred, 1683 FN Local, an act repealing the Education Freedom Account Program. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Glenn Cordelli for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative David Luno for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Porter. Speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning again, colleagues. I have a few definitions here for you this morning. According to Ed Choice, and I think most of you know who Ed Choice is, it's not a man. School vouchers give parents the freedom to choose a private school for their children using all or part of the public funding set aside for their children's education. According to Britannica Pro-Con, this is a site the Encyclopedia Britannica puts up, debating pros and cons of various issues. Britannica Pro-Con says, school vouchers are state or school district funded scholarships that allow students to attend a private school of the family's choice. And according to Ed Choice, 18 states and DC had one or more voucher programs. Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Mississippi, New Hampshire, North Carolina, Ohio, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Utah, Vermont, and Wisconsin. And according to the Cambridge Dictionary, a school voucher in the U.S. is a scholarship that allows a student to attend a private school rather than a public school. In the words of the bard, a rose by any other name. New Hampshire now has the most expansive school voucher program in the country.
The House will be in order.
And yet this body has never had a chance to listen to a debate and vote on the provisions of the bill which established it. HB 20, the House version of the program, raised so many concerns, it was retained in committee for further work. But the Senate rushed ahead anyway and included their similarly flawed version in HB 2. We have been told that bills attempting to fix this myriad of ills, and we've heard many of them today, this week, are a cruel attempt at death by 1,000 cuts, and that those proposing such bills were members of the education establishment, cared nothing for the poor or the harm done for children, despite the fact that most of us have spent our entire working career, it's 40 years for me, our working lives loving and teaching them. So this is what we have, a program that is wildly unpopular with the general public. A program that lacks accountability, administered by an out-of-state company which gets to decide who is approved, who gets funded, and what qualifies as an educational expense, with lax rules passed over the objections of the professionals responsible for advising us on rulemaking. A program that allows organizations receiving public funds to discriminate against those they don't approve of. A program that may leave students and taxpayers susceptible to fraud and abuse. A program that could bleed the state dry financially because there are no budget caps, no limits on how much can be spent. In just the first few months, it's already nearly $9 million over budget and growing. The LBA has warned us that if all eligible students not currently enrolled in public schools, took advantage of the program, the cost to the state could be $70 million a year. I'm going to say that again. These are for all the kids out there that are eligible for this program now, if they all applied next year. That's the figure LBA is estimating. And this is new spending. This isn't money we're spending on education now. Talk about 1,000 cuts, that's a hemorrhage. We have tried to fix it. You've heard us try to fix it. The only option available now is to repeal it. Please let common sense and your sense of frugality prevail and vote no on this ITL motion. Thank you.
Representative Luno has requested a roll call. We're coming down to the final speaker. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This is going to be a roll call vote. We're down to the final speaker, so members take their seats. Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The voucher plan is nothing less than an attempt to dismantle our public schools and replace them with private schools. We've heard that argument about the new Education Freedom Account program, but we first heard it back in 2011 with the debate about the tax credit scholarship program. The same old proven false argument. And since we're on the topic of education, we don't have a voucher plan. The states mentioned all have voucher plans. Opponents can't get that right. Maybe we need a lunch and learn program about education freedom. And why are opponents so scared of the education freedom programs? I am reminded of a quote: "Competition is always a good thing. It forces us to do our best. A monopoly renders people complacent and satisfied with mediocrity." In a 2019 analysis of studies of the impact on academics of choice programs on public schools, 24 studies showed a positive effect of school choice on the public schools, one neutral and one negative. So why are people scared? Over 1,800 students are enrolled in the program. And remember, these are low-income students due to a family income cap of 300% of federal poverty. But HB 1683 would repeal and throw those kids out of the program. What about them? Are they just collateral damage? Yet opponents say, shut it down. When we're talking about funding, let me point out, this is the only program of its kind that has a phase-out of funding for students leaving a public school. The first year after they leave, the school gets 100% of state funding plus all local funding. The second year, they get 50% of state funding and all local funding. And the third year, they get 25% of state funding and local funding. The year after that, they get all local funding still. The minority report says that it is the responsible thing to do to repeal this program. Responsible? Ask parents how responsible it is. Yes, again, opponents are scared. Scared because this program is successful. Yes, more students selected EFAs than originally estimated. And why is that? Why is it above enrollment estimates? Well, the pandemic opened a window into education, and the parents have taken notice. Parents are standing up against those who say they should not have a role in their children's education. Parents are standing up for education options. Parents are standing up, and so should we, and we will. We will stand up for families and children. We will stand up for education opportunities for New Hampshire children. We will stand against this repeal. We will ITL this outrageous attempt to destroy this program. If children are our future, we must provide them with educational opportunities to be successful. We will not fail these students, and we will not fail the future.
House will be in order. This is a roll call vote. Members will be in your seats. The motion before us is a majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1683. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Luno for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know New Hampshire's 160,000 public school kids perform among the best in the country, and that's what parents want, and if I know the state's voucher program is the most expansive voucher program in the country and is riddled with flaws, and if I know that the voucher program is clearly not as successful as some proponents may suggest, given that the vast majority of the voucher students, maybe around 200, vast majority of students, maybe around 1,600, were already attending private schools and homeschooling situations. And if I know that this bill is the only option left, since every other bill to improve the financial responsibility, accountability, and to prevent fraud has been defeated, and if I know this bill will repeal a program that steals from taxpayers and is ripe for fraud and misuse, then would I press the red button to overturn the ITL motion so another motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Osborne for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if I believe that every child is entitled to an adequate education, but I know that a one-size-fits-all program system cannot possibly provide it to every child, and I know that this legislation before us would tear almost 2,000 children away from their chosen environment and return them to the inadequate educational environment from whence they came, would I now press the green button for the children?
House will be in order. The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1683. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to state of the vote. 189 voting yea, 166 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, can I move that the remarks from the previous debate be placed in the permanent journal?
The motion before us is to print the remarks of the previous debate in the permanent journal. Without objection? Without objections, they will be printed. Representative Stewart declared a conflict of interest and did not participate in the vote. What reason did member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask that House Bill 1072 be removed from the table, and I ask my colleagues to vote green.
Criminal justice from yesterday.
Update display. Put it up, please. Put it up, please. Teresa, what was the amendment number? Do you remember? Mr. Speaker, for the short term here, this is the cover so you can read the title of it. Don't worry about everything else just yet. I'll get the rest for you in a second. But the title is this, and there's likely going to be PIs. Yeah, I'll go right to it. Here, here, here. You're good to go. I don't have anything else for you. So,
Okay, the motion before us is to take House Bill 1072 off the table. I'm going to read it again. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1072, an act establishing a criminal penalty for denying an elected school district official access to any school district facilities, documents, or events, considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation: the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Terry Roy for the majority of the committee. Minority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1072, an act establishing criminal penalty. Having considered the same, report the same, and being unable to agree with majority, report with the following resolution: that is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ray Newman from the minority of the committee. Seeing that we didn't adopt the amendment before, the amendment is 0893H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 10. Are you ready for the question on the amendment?
So we have the division to remove it from the table.
We already got that. The motion before us is to remove it from the table on House Bill 1072. This is a division vote. Members need to be in their seats. I have nothing down. I understand that. If you want to do one, we'll do one. I didn't say we can't do it. I said we don't have one. He wants to do a PI.
That's fine. Pearson's going to do the other one.
Okay. The chair recognizes Representative Stephen Pearson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that having the amendment put on this bill gets rid of a lot of the problems, and we weren't able to do that, and if I know that debate and discussion on the situations that led up to this are important to hear, would I then press the green button to remove this from the table? Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Conley for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill makes all student records, including special education plans, and private personnel records available to budget committee members and school board members, and if I know it would give these same elected officials access to entire school buildings, including locker rooms, whenever they wish, and if I know this bill threatens arrest to any school official who violates the law, would I press the red button to keep this bill on the table where it belongs? Thank you.
Motion before us is to take House Bill 1072 off the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Make sure this is for part of this division. All said, Mr. Speaker.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. (177) voting yea, 180 voting nay. The motion fails. House will be in order.
So we have a debate on the majority amendment, and then after the amendment's adopted, the amendment passes.
Okay, so this debate is on the amendment. I will let the body know that we are finally done with education. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred, CACR 15, an act relating to elections, providing the age to vote in the primary election be reduced to 17 for those who will be 18 by the general election. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Wayne McDonald from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, been unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Connie Lane from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0735H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 1 and 2. The chair recognizes Representative LaBranche to speak against the committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I rise today to oppose the committee amendment on CACR 15. The underlying CACR, as the title would suggest, would allow for 17-year-olds to vote in the primary elections if they are 18 by the general election. I oppose this amendment for multiple reasons. First, it completely guts and replaces the bill. Secondly, I believe that the underlying bill would actually pass with a bipartisan majority, as the underlying bill was actually sponsored by the majority whip and the member from Londonderry who currently serves as the chair of State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs back in 2015. It was also sponsored by other members back in 2019, most notably the member from Goffstown who currently serves as the chair of the New Hampshire Young Republicans. The underlying CACR is also supported by the New Hampshire Legislative Youth Advisory Council, while the amendment is opposed by the council. That is why I ask all of you to vote down this amendment so that we can debate the substance of the underlying constitutional amendment and pass it with a tripartisan majority. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Barbara Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to the representative for bringing the issue before the body, because it is always great to learn something new about processes in the House. Because once a bill goes to a committee, it is the committee's. And we know that in all of our committees, that we, as committee members, then control what goes forward in a bill, whether it is related to the original subject or not, after a hearing on what amendments might be non-germane. And that is indeed, as you just heard, what happened in this amendment. This representative from Goffstown didn't think that the underlying bill had much chance of success before the House. And this representative from Goffstown often disagrees with other representatives from Goffstown, and that is the point of this debate, of this hall, of this microphone. So the amendment that's brought before you is to raise an issue for your consideration, indeed, about elections, about voting, and who should be voting in them. I actually disagreed that it was non-germane, but we followed the process, and that is the bill that is before you today. And I ask that you support the amendment so that we can have a debate on the underlying issue that is before you now by the majority vote of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the committee amendment 0735H. Are you ready for the question? Although a division has been requested, members will take their seats. Who's requesting a roll call? Senator Berry requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the vote on the amendment to CACR 15. This is the vote on the amendment. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Freitas. Also, Mr. Speaker.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 192 voting yea, 163 voting nay. Committee amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Chair recognizes Representative Lane to speak against the committee report.
Is it on? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The majority's stated purpose in the committee of this amendment as amended, the CACR, is to place the current statutory definitions of resident, residency, and domicile into the Constitution so that it will be harder to change them in the future. The minority feels that this CACR is unnecessary precisely because these definitions are already in the statutes. But more importantly, if we are going to amend and put these definitions into the Constitution, then let's do it right. The language should be drafted thoughtfully and carefully so as not to create more confusion about an issue that this body has argued about for years and in court. If passed, there will be 5 qualifications to vote in New Hampshire. You must be a citizen of the United States. You must be a citizen of New Hampshire. You must be domiciled in New Hampshire. New Hampshire must be your primary residency, and you can only vote where you are domiciled. So let's look at the second and the fourth requirements, both of which introduce undefined terms into the qualifications to vote in New Hampshire. Nowhere are the terms primary residency or citizen of New Hampshire defined, not in the CACR and not in the statutes. The term primary residency implies that there might be a secondary residency or other types of residency. And what does it mean to be a citizen of New Hampshire? How is it different from being a citizen of the United States? Must you be a citizen of the United States to be a citizen of New Hampshire? Is New Hampshire going to start issuing passports, as one who testified on the CACR inquired? This CACR creates unnecessary confusion and will actually prolong the debate over the definitions of domicile and residency. And if passed in its current form, not only will it be more difficult to amend the bill, but it will insert even more uncertainty into the already protracted debate regarding what domicile means vis-a-vis resident. Thank you.
Representative Barbara Griffin has requested a roll call. We're down to our final speaker. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This is going to be a roll call vote. We are down to our final speaker. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll keep my remarks brief. It's a CACR, so it requires 2/3. Mr. Speaker, the Election Law Committee is attempting to put to bed the endless debate in New Hampshire over who should vote in a New Hampshire election. the old domicile, residency, state of mind. We're trying to put that to bed. Mr. Speaker, we are saying that if New Hampshire is your primary residency, you get to vote here. We asked people testifying about this bill, how many people do you think this will stop from voting in a New Hampshire election? They said, well, realistically, none. Why? Because you should already be a resident if you are voting here. Voting is an act of residency. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a common sense reform. And the question before us is who should vote in a New Hampshire election? Residents of New Hampshire or residents and non-residents of New Hampshire? So, Mr. Speaker, if you believe that non-residents should be voting in New Hampshire elections, oppose this. Mr. Speaker, if you believe that only residents of New Hampshire should be voting in New Hampshire, then you should vote green.
The motion before us is the majority ought to pass as amended on CACR 15. This is a roll call vote. Members, be in your seats. The chair recognizes Representative Muirhead for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
If I knew that CACR 15 would not resolve ambiguities.
Could the representative just suspend for a minute? Good to go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew that CACR 15 would not resolve ambiguities, but would actually introduce new ambiguities into the venerable New Hampshire Constitution of 1783, and if I believed that CACR 15 might impede ballot access for voters who move frequently because their housing is insecure, would I press the red button so a new motion could be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Barbara Griffin for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this legislative body in multiple prior sessions has considered bills for statutes which can be changed by this body addressing the qualification of voters, and if I know that the New Hampshire Constitution provides for a domicile qualification, while in statute at this time domicile and residency have been defined and made equivalent. And Mr. Speaker, if I agree that having these terms in our Constitution is important today and in the future to make sure that only legally qualified persons of New Hampshire are voting in New Hampshire, would I now press the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass as amended on CACR 15. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Roy.
Mr. Speaker. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, also attend the state of the vote. We had 190 yeas, 165 nays. It did not meet the three-fifths requirement of 235, so the motion to pass fails.
State your point of order.
What is your point of order?
We were voting on whether or not to adopt the amendment, not on the CACR per se.
We already voted. We voted on the amendment, and this was on the ought to pass as amended.
I apologize for my confusion. I asked that remarks on this debate be printed in the Permanent Journal.
We would need a separate motion for printing the remarks. You rose for a point of order. And I have a feeling it's coming.
Mr. Speaker, am I allowed to speak?
State your motion.
Motion to print the remarks in the journal.
The motion before us is to print the remarks in the journal without objection. Without objection.
All right, this next one is a division with PI, so stay in your seats.
All right, if everybody will stay in your seat, the next bill is a division with parliamentary inquiries only. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred CACR 19, an act relating to paper ballots, providing that all elections should be conducted through paper ballots, having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Catherine Prudhomme O'Brien from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Russell Muirhead for the minority of the committee. This is a... Representative McGuire requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass on CACR 19. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes, House will be in order. Chair recognizes Representative Muirhead for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew that current law already does what this CACR proposes to do, which is to require that New Hampshire elections be conducted using paper ballots, and if I knew that in public hearings before the Election Law Committee, the committee learned of no one who's suggesting that current law in this respect be changed in any way, and if I believed that this CACR in practice would function to validate unfounded fears that New Hampshire elections lack integrity, rather than functioning to solve real problems, would I press the red button so a new motion could be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Terosian for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that paper ballots are vital in any election for any recounts that may be requested, if I further know that a paper trail left behind from a paper ballot can survive long after a memory card has been wiped clean, would I then, Mr. Speaker, codify in the New Hampshire Constitution, Part 1, Article 11, the following requirement? Article 11A, paper ballots required for purposes of facilitating the examination and recounting of votes cast. All elections shall be conducted using paper ballots. And finally, if I know voter integrity is important to the citizens of this great state, would I now press the green button to vote yes and support the committee recommendation of ought to pass? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us Is the majority committee report of order pass on CACR 19? It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Abramson. Representative Chrétien. All set, Mr. Speaker.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 195 voting yea, 160 voting nay. Committee report fails. State your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, on the last CACR, it was not a two-thirds majority, and you had said the report was accepted.
No, I said the motion fails.
And it's 3/5, not 2/3.
Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 1009, an act requiring the date a person registered to vote to be included with other voter information. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Joe Sweeney from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Paul Bergeron from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Bergeron to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1009 would require that the date a person registers to vote be included with other voter information in ElectionNet. That's being done now, and it's been done since 2006, when the state launched the statewide voter registration database, which was required under the Federal Help America Vote Act. There's a field titled Date of Voter Information, which is the date of voter registration. Right now, the date of registration is confidential. If the bill passes, the date of registration will still be confidential. The data fields that are printed on a checklist under state law now are name, domicile, mailing address, if different from domicile, and party affiliation. The bill does not require that the date of registration be printed on the checklist. So what will this bill do? And here's the problem. Prior to the launch of ElectionNet, towns and cities maintain their own voter registration databases, whose primary purpose was to generate the checklists that would be used at the polls. Since the date voters registered to vote wasn't needed to print a checklist, that information wasn't contained in the database. So the bill creates an unfunded mandate. There's no grandfather clause here. In 2006, our towns and cities migrated approximately 825,000 voter records into ElectionNet. Most did not include the voter's registration date. Since there's no grandfather clause, the bill will require that communities scour their databases, identify the pre-2006 voter records in ElectionNet that do not have a date of voter registration, pull the paper record, and then key in the updated voter registration information. Article 28A of the Constitution prohibits the state from mandating any new, expanded, or modified programs or responsibilities to any political subdivision in such a way as to necessitate additional local expenditures. House Bill 1009 would require that election officials bear the cost of keying in data for the pre-2006 records without providing a means to reimburse the communities for their costs in doing so. please press the no red button to overturn the committee recommendation so that another motion can be made. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney. Speak for the committee report.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1009 is a simple bill that adds to the checklist available to the public the date a voter registers to vote. Knowing when people register to vote and having that as public information can empower Granite Staters to have a clear view when considering policy. The Secretary of State's office largely has this data for most voters. I don't disagree about the pre-2006 voters, and we will continue as a state to collect this information as we go forward, as new people are added to the voter registration rolls. There's nothing nefarious or untoward about this legislation as proposed. There's nothing wrong with putting this information on the checklist as we've described. It is simply another data point added to a sea of data points that will enable the political parties, candidates, and the public at large to have a greater view of the voter registration process and who and when people are registering to vote. I urge you all to vote in favor of our majority ought to pass recommendation on House Bill 1009. Thank you.
Representative requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass on House Bill 1009. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Hamblett for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the date of voter registration is confidential and exempt from the right to know law, and if I know that this legislation is not needed for candidates and political organizations to effectively get out the vote, would I then press the red button to defeat this motion so another motion could be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Alexander for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know HB 1009 helps to shine a light on elections by making the date of voter registers public, and if I know the Secretary of State's office largely has this data for most voters and will continue to collect information and record it on voters going forward, would I now press the green button to support making public information actually public? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the ought to pass, majority report of ought to pass on House Bill 1009. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Cannon.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 185 voting yea, 167 voting nay. Committee reports adopted. We're going to take up one more bill, and then we're going to do our lunch. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 1082, an act prohibiting certain state officers from forming political action committees. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Catherine Prudhomme O'Brien for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Paul Bergeron from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Bergeron to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would prevent candidates who seek to run for Secretary of State or State Treasurer from forming political action committees in their name. Not somebody else's name, but in their name. Since the 1976 Supreme Court ruling, the right to participate in democracy through political contributions has been protected by the First Amendment. In its ruling, the court said that, quote, virtually every means of communicating ideas in today's mass society requires the expenditure of money. The distribution of handbills or leaflets entails printing, paper, and circulation costs. It costs money. The electorate's dependence on these communications for information has made these modes of contact indispensable instruments of effective political speech, end quote. I received one of these flyers that cost money on the way in to the chambers yesterday, and it actually summarizes quite well the point that I'm trying to make standing here at the podium today. It refers to House Bill 1082, and it says, this bill limits political speech by prohibiting candidates for Secretary of State and State Treasurer or current office holders of these positions from forming a political committee or political advocacy organization or soliciting contributions for such organizations. It continues, Part 1, Article 22 of the New Hampshire Constitution states, free speech and liberty of the press are essential to the security of freedom in the state. They ought therefore to be inviolably preserved, end quote. And it ends with its position, limits on all speech, and particularly political speech, may be a tempting solution to a perceived problem, but it is not a proper solution. During the public hearing on this bill and in the majority report, the sponsor cited the, quote, nonpartisan nature of these two offices as justification for these fundraising restrictions. I don't think I need to remind you that all our town and city elections are nonpartisan in nature, too. I hate to open the door to think that we wouldn't be able to have PACs in our names if we were running for election or re-election. Finally, this bill would have a severe impact on the ability of candidates for Secretary of State and State Treasurer to gather the financial resources needed to effectively communicate with those who will cast votes in those elections, and would pose restrictions that our state and our federal constitutions cannot tolerate. Please press the red no button to overturn the committee recommendation so that another motion may be made. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Does the member yield to questions?
He does, yes.
The member does yield.
Thank you. You know, it may surprise people to hear this. I'm still actually undecided on this bill, and I have a technical question that I'm hoping you can sort of enlighten me on. As most of us are probably all aware, in New Hampshire, we define PAC and candidate committee separately. And I can't find an answer if this bill includes candidate committees in addition to a regular PAC, or if it's only referring to a regular PAC.
Thank you for the question. Based on my limited knowledge of campaign finance laws, I consider a PAC and a candidate committee the same thing in terms of filing reports with the Secretary of State's office.
Does the member yield to further question?
No further questions.
Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Wayne McDonald to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislature, in its wisdom, made the office of Secretary of State and State Treasurer nonpartisan in 1997 when it amended RSA 14:2-B. While I didn't have the honor of being a member of this body back then, I understand that at least part of the reason for having done so was because that these offices are not partisan in nature and really should not be political in nature. The political aspect of New Hampshire elections is handled by our two great political parties and should not in any way be found in the Department of State. Along that same line, the administration of state finances should not be a political matter, but a sensible, professional, and straightforward one. I understand the contention that municipal candidates all over the state are also nonpartisan and can and would still be able to form PACs even if this bill were passed. However, they are seeking the votes of thousands of people and are popularly elected. While we may call our decisions on Secretary of State and State Treasurer an election, what they really amount to are appointments by a government body. Candidates for these constitutional offices are seeking the support of only a few hundred. New Hampshire is one of 3 states in which these officials are elected by the state legislature and not by the general electorate. In Maine, one of the other 2 states, forming PACs is prohibited by those who would seek and serve in these offices. In Tennessee, the 3rd state, the concept is viewed as so inappropriate that no one does it. On an occasion in recent years when such a PAC was formed in New Hampshire, it was similarly received with disapproval. The best example of the need to maintain the integrity and non-political, nonpartisan nature of the Secretary of State's office in particular is the legacy of former Secretary William Gardner. Secretary Gardner, a lifelong Democrat, served this state well for 4.5 decades and was elected repeatedly by both Republican and Democrat majorities in this legislature. He was so elected and reelected because of his effective, fair, even-handed management of New Hampshire's elections. Allowing candidates for Secretary of State and State Treasurer to form political action committees would dangerously and unnecessarily inject politics and possible conflicts of interest into these important offices and do so to the disservice of New Hampshire's citizens. I urge you to support the majority ought to pass recommendation of the Election Law Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions?
I do not.
The member does not yield. This is a division vote. Members will take their seats. The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass as amended, ought to pass on House Bill 1082. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Muirhead for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew that this bill would make it impossible for persons who are interested in serving as the Secretary of State or the State Treasurer to make their names known to the citizens of the state and to make their qualities known to the citizens of the state, and if I knew that public ignorance of those persons who are interested in serving as Secretary of State and Treasurer would undermine or diminish democratic accountability and might empower insiders then would I press the red button so a new motion could be made?
The chair recognizes Representative Prudhomme O'Brien for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that in Maine, a nearly identical bill to this was passed after that state suffered from corruption of their treasurer in the mid-1990s, and if I know that there's a full month between when we are elected and then organization day, a full month that candidates for treasurer or secretary of state can call us or email us, contact us, come to our house. They don't need a political action committee for that. They just need a telephone or an email address or an automobile. Would I now press green to support the committee recommendation of ought to pass?
The motion before us is a majority report of ought to pass on House Bill 1082. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bernardi.
You need to vote. Okay, hold on.
Have all members present voted? House will attend to the state of the vote. House will be in order. 177 voting yea, 176 voting nay. The Speaker did vote to break a tie. Committee report is adopted. I have two lunchtime announcements. Representative Dotsie. The House will be in order.
Oops. Okay, there. First of all, I would like to apologize for. Oh, my mask. My mask. How's that? First of all, I would like to apologize for my faux pas yesterday when I inadvertently walked in front of the Diaz. That was a mistake. It was a senior moment. And since I'm only 39, that's surprising, but it happened. So please accept my apologies. The other announcement I would like to make is that the Secular Values Legislative Caucus is meeting today in the conference room in the clerk's office. And this is for all people in the chamber, religious or non-religious. And it's basically about discussing if you're committed to secular values, then we would like to see you at the caucus and have a nice lunch and discussion. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Lang for an announcement.
1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First off, Representative Bean, please call your wife. She texted me. Your phone's off. Number 2, remember we're doing our food drive through April 10th. Every pound of food we collect, we have some sponsors who are going to be giving us money for our 2 charities, which will go to support domestic violence prevention program and homeless veterans relief program. So if you're coming in tomorrow, remember there's boxes in the back, there's boxes here, there's boxes over at the LOB. Please bring in some food, drop it in there so we can get some pounds and get some money for our charities. Thank you.
The clerk has an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was asked by our custodial staff last night after session, many members left dirty tissues, filled water bottles, and other various sorts of trash on the floor in the chamber. Please, if you hike it in, hike it out. Secondly, just a very firm reminder again, if you do not vote in the 30 seconds, your machine is shut off. Do not attempt to push it or beat it up. After the 30 seconds have ended, I will call your name and you need to give me a thumbs up or thumbs down. Thank you.
We'll be in recess until 1:15. The House will come to order. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred, House Bill 1153, an act relative to absentee ballot requests. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. It's an impediment erosion for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Paul Bergeron for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Bergeron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill proposes to amend RSA 657:12 relative to absentee voting. The statute currently states that, quote, upon receipt of a properly executed application for an absentee ballot, a town or clerk shall ascertain if the applicant is on the checklist, and if so, the clerk shall send the materials, end quote. This bill proposes adding the following sentence to that statute, quote, under no circumstances shall a town or city clerk mail an absentee ballot unless and until such person has submitted an absentee ballot application and the town or clerk has approved the application, end quote. In short, the bill says the same thing that the statute already says. No substance is being added to the statute that isn't already there. Among the principles of good legal writing, unnecessary or extra words should be removed, redundancy should be avoided, and different words should not be used to say the same thing. House Bill 1153 is poorly crafted, adds nothing to existing law, and is totally unnecessary. Please press the red no button to overturn the committee recommendation so that another motion may be made. And Mr. Speaker, I would request a division vote.
A division vote has been requested. We're down to the last speaker. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Quilly to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation proposes a change in RSA 657:12 to clarify and reinforce the requirement that absentee ballots may be mailed to absentee voters only after an absentee ballot application has been received and approved by the town or city clerk. The necessity for this clarification was demonstrated by testimony before the Election Law Committee, which revealed that some clerks include the actual absentee ballot when responding by mail to requests for voter registration forms and absentee ballot applications. The result is that some unregistered applicants receive absentee ballots before becoming a registered voter and before their absentee ballot applications have been properly certified. Members appreciate that, as clarified by this legislation, clerks will have to perform two mailings, one to send the application forms and one to send the absentee ballot. However, the majority of the Election Law Committee believes that the requirement is worthwhile to ensure that registrations are processed before a registrant is provided an absentee ballot. This will enhance election integrity by preventing official absentee ballots from going to unregistered voters that may not have the right to vote in New Hampshire. I therefore respectfully request that you press the green button to vote yes on the ought to pass motion as recommended by the majority of Election Law Committee. Thank you.
Mr. Baldessaro has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass on House Bill 1153. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Bergeron for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that nothing is being added to the statute that isn't already there, and if I know that the absentee voter registration and absentee balloting process described by the previous speaker appears in a different statute, if I know that House Bill 1153 is poorly crafted, redundant, and totally unnecessary, would I then press the red no button so the subsequent motion may be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Berry for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that during testimony on this bill, a town clerk admitted to mailing ballots, actual ballots, Mr. Speaker, to unregistered voters, people who were not on the voter rolls, actual ballots, would I now, Mr. Speaker, press the green button so such a practice can no longer take place?
The majority report is ought to pass on House Bill 1153. House will come to order. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 185 voting yea, 158 voting nay. The committee reports is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 1203FN, Act relative to domicile residency, voter registration, and investigation of voter verification letters relative to the terms resident, inhabitant, residency, and residency. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. President Fenton groaned for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Paul Bergeron for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0962H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 19 through 26. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Bergeron to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, as amended, revises statutes that were amended by Senate Bill 3 during the 2017 session. Those provisions were subsequently struck down by the New Hampshire Supreme Court, which found that they imposed unreasonable burdens on the right to vote. The minority agrees that there's a need to clean up the statutes affected by Senate Bill 3 in light of that ruling, but this last-minute amendment does not accomplish that. The bill retains a two-tiered voter registration system, which the court found was unnecessary, and it introduces new confusions that will invite new litigation. For example, a person who registers to vote 30 days or less before an election and who doesn't have proof of residency can sign an affidavit if he acknowledges that his domicile may be verified. A person who registers more than 30 days before an election does not have that option. They cannot sign that residency affidavit. Instead, they sign one in which they're swearing that, quote, they will not ever be able to possess any qualifying documents of domicile, end quote. If I were homeless, I sure wouldn't want to swear under penalty of fines that I would be forever homeless. But here's another example, and this is a true story, and it's the kind of situation that often occurs with new residents to our communities. Just before I retired as city clerk in Nashua, a woman came into our office. I happened to be the one assisting her at the counter. She had just gotten married a couple of weeks prior. She and her husband had come in for the marriage license about a month prior to that. Previously, she lived in Tingsboro. Her husband lived in Nashua. He was renting a condo in Nashua. So after they were married, she moved in with them. The lease was in his name. All the utilities were in his name. And she wanted and needed to get a New Hampshire driver's license because she needed to do that within 2 months of moving to New Hampshire. She brought her marriage certificate along with a copy of her husband's lease and her husband's utility bill, because nothing had been changed over yet, both of which had her husband's name on them. And when she tried to get a driver's license, she was refused. The person at DMV actually told her that the marriage certificate didn't prove that she lived with her husband at that address. So she wanted to register to vote to have proof of where she lived. Now, I knew that they had come in, they had got the license, I knew where her husband lived. I had no problems whatsoever of registering that person to vote. Of course, I can't do it couldn't have done it if this bill was in effect. Because she had no physical evidence of domicile and could not swear that she would, quote, not ever be able to possess any qualifying documents of domicile, she would not be eligible to register to vote under this law as it's written. Another litigation concern, the voter registration form for citizens registering to vote 30 days prior to an election states that the applicant has to swear that he has to make the address I have entered above my domicile for voting. I must have an intent to make this the one place from which I participate in democratic self-government and must have acted to carry out that intent. I have no idea what must have acted to carry out that intent means. The expression is undefined, unexplained. The minority is concerned that the bill will make ballot access more confusing and difficult for some citizens to register to vote, and the courts will end up having to weigh in again because we rushed through this amended bill. It needs more work. Please press the red no button to overturn the committee recommendation so that another motion may be made, and Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Groen to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1203 was introduced to remove language from the RSA that is no longer used because of a Supreme Court decision and to restore some necessary language that existed in the RSA prior to that decision. However, HB 1203 as introduced would have weakened the domicile residency requirements for voting in New Hampshire. For example, 654:1, the section that deals with the person's claim of domicile was amended to add, a person's claim of domicile for voting purposes shall not be conclusive of the person's residence for any other purpose. Amendment 962H amends HB 1203 to replace all after the enacting clause. As amended, HB 1203 removes the language regarding voter registration forms and voter affidavits that is no longer used because of the court decision. And it restores some language, as I mentioned, that existed in the RSA prior to the court decision. This language is supported by the Secretary of State's office. This bill also adds language to strengthen and clarify the forms and processes used for registration prior to 30 days before an election and the forms and processes used for voting within or registering within 30 days of election or on election day. The intent of this language is to ensure that every qualified New Hampshire voter has a right to register and vote. It is also to assure, to the best we can, that persons who are not qualified to vote in New Hampshire should not be allowed to vote in New Hampshire and thereby dilute the vote of those who are qualified to vote in New Hampshire. I urge you to support the Election Law Committee's recommendation of ought to pass with amendment.
A division has been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passed as amended on House Bill 1203. Chair recognizes Representative Horrigan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I start the PI, I have a very quick question. I was under the impression we were going to have a floor fight over the amendment, which
You're recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Okay, so the real parliamentary inquiry I was trying to make is out of order. That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the HB 1203 as amended is so poorly drafted, it's hard to tell exactly what it does, even after I reread it several times. But if I was able to discern that this amendment does not protect the right to vote and does not simplify the voter registration process, and in general does pretty much the exact opposite of what myself, the prime sponsor of this bill, and the co-sponsors intended, and so if I know, so would I then...
Representative, you're recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, I thought I was giving one. So if I know that this amendment does not do what the sponsors intended, would I then press the red button so that an alternative motion can be considered? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Barbara Griffin for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill, as amended, makes changes to our election laws that will make them consistent with what the practice is, making them easier for persons to understand, and if I know that this amendment continues to allow for affidavits of proof of eligibility to include domicile for persons registering on election day and for certain qualifications 30 days before, And finally, if I know that this legislation does not create any unreasonable burdens on the right to vote, would I now press the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us is Majority Committee Report of Order passed as amended on House Bill 1203. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote.
Mr. Speaker, you got to read the thing. He closed it out before. Yeah, he's got the number out there. He closed it out on our end.
The vote is 185 yeas, 163 nays. It was closed out before the button was pushed. Committee report is adopted.
All right, this one is a division and just the ayes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, if everybody will stay in their seats, we have a division with just parliamentary inquiries. Majority of the Committee on Election Law to... Who asked for the roll call? Majority of the Committee on Election Law to which was referred House Bill 1247, an act relative to folded ballots. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Paul Bergeron for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Peter Terosian for the minority of the committee. A roll call has been requested by Representative Blazek. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1247. The chair recognizes Representative Peter Terosian for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know House Bill 1247 would require that in any political subdivision that uses electronic ballot counting machines, any ballot that has been folded be held for counting after the polls close. And if I know the Wyndham audit found that some folded ballots were not read properly by ballot counting machines due to a shadow created by the fold, rendering the scanner unable to accurately score the results. Mr. Speaker, I further know that we would never have known the real intent of those voters if an audit had not been performed. If I believe there's reason to think this can happen under other circumstances, and if I know towns already hand count ballots when there's a write-in candidate on the ballot, and that works just fine, and finally, if I know that this legislation would add an additional measure of security by requiring all folded ballots to be hand counted, would I now press the red button to overturn the ITAL motion to ensure that every vote counts and return confidence to voters that the New Hampshire legislature takes seriously the responsibility to safeguard the election process. Red button, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Hammer for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that hand counting ballots after the polls close will add another 4 to 5 hours to the 14-hour day already put in by our overworked election workers, and if I know that 1/3 of the ballots cast in the 2020 general election were folded ballots, and if I know that the committee's bipartisan majority knows that the local moderators already have the authority to direct that absentee ballot be tallied by hand and the decision should be left up to the discretion of the local election officials, would I now vote yes and push the green button to keep the bill as ITL? Thank you.
The motion before us is a majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1247. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. No?
Representative Allegro. I heard you. Thank you, Representative. Representative Harm. Representative Ham. Representative Testerman. Representative Hamblin. Representative Hamblin.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. I guess I don't need to say House will attend to the state of the vote. 203 voting yea, 145 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. chair recognizes Representative Weber for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representatives Weber and Griffin move that in light of the changing season and increasing warmth in the chamber, the gentlemen be able to remove their jackets except when speaking at the well.
Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Committee on Election. House will be in order. Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 1264, establishing ranked choice voting for the state party primary elections and municipal elections. Representative Reed moves ought to pass and offers amendment 0909H on page 3637 in Record 10A. And the chair recognizes Representative Barbara Griffin to speak against.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a motion.
You're recognized to speak, Representative Griffin, not for a motion. Chair recognizes. What reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, for a motion?
State your motion.
I'd like to make a motion we table this bill.
Representative Baldessaro moves that House Bill 1264 be laid on the table. A division has been requested. All members take your seats.
So, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I missed that down there.
Yeah, it's
So she'll do the PI in favor will be her, PI will be Craig against.
okay. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 1264 on the table. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Barbara Griffin for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the subject of this bill comes without recommendation from the committee, ensuring long debates on the issues presented by this bill, and if I know that even if passed, this bill would have no impact on upcoming elections in 2022 and none on local elections in 2023 because of the process that needs to be followed for a community to opt in, and if I know that this purports to be enabling legislation, but none of the entities it purports to be enabling asked for it, would I now press the green button to table this bill?
Chair recognizes Representative Craig for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that no party, political party, or municipality would be required to opt into this optional system of ranked choice voting, and if I know that the organizations which have opted in and successfully used ranked choice voting include the Republican parties of Utah, Illinois, and Virginia, and if I know that supporters' political philosophies range from progressive to libertarian to very conservative, would I now press the red button so that debate on this bill may continue? Thank you.
The motion before us is a tabling motion on House Bill 1264. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 206 voting yea, 142 voting nay. HB 1264 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 1326, Act relative to permissible campaign contributions by business organizations and labor unions. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. So Joe Alexander for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Connie Lane for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Lane to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill creates a level playing field between unions and corporations with respect to political contributions. Currently, business organizations can donate to political campaigns regardless of how that money is generated within the company, either in its general treasury or for funds specifically raised for political donations. But labor unions are can only use funds that are raised specifically for political donations. This bill applies the same rules for both types of organizations, allowing contributions only from funds specifically earmarked for political contributions. This bill is the solution that was proposed by Judge McAuliffe in his 1999 opinion when he declared the broad ban on all corporate contributions unconstitutional. He recommended that business organizations be limited to using only specifically segregated funds rather than those from the company's general treasurer. Instead, this body changed the law so that corporations have no restrictions on where their campaign contributions come from, creating an unfair advantage for corporations over labor unions. It does not adversely affect the First Amendment of business organizations, just as it does not adversely affect those of labor unions. All the bill does is apply consistent rules for both types of organizations. Please vote against the committee's report of ITL. And I respectfully ask for a division vote, Mr. Speaker.
A division vote has been requested. We are down to our last speaker. Members take their seats. Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1326 upends the process for employers and Granite State businesses to engage in the political process. This body spearheaded and the governor signed comprehensive campaign finance reform just last year. The United States Supreme Court has ruled time and time again that political contributions to campaigns or organizations are a form of free speech protected by the First Amendment. Regulating them in the manner that is proposed in House Bill 1326 would be a stringent and burdensome overregulation of our First Amendment rights. And I urge you all to vote in favor of our majority inexpedient to legislate motion. Thank you.
Motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1326. This is a division vote. Members, take your seats. We're already in the voting mode for a division. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1326. This is a division vote. This, if you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, Chair recognizes Representative Muirhead for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that HB 1326 puts unions on a fair and equal footing with corporations with respect to political engagement, will I press the red button so a new motion could be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that House Bill 1326 infringes on the First Amendment rights of our constituents, and further, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this body already passed comprehensive campaign finance reform just last year, would I now support the majority report of inexpedient to legislate by pressing the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us is the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1326. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 185 voting yea, 161 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 1394, an act relative to the reporting of certain campaign contributions relative to political contributions made by limited liability companies. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Joe Sweeney from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Connie Lane for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Lane to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill clarifies that individual members of a limited liability company are subject to the same political campaign contribution limits as are individuals such as us and corporations. Presently, each LLC is treated separately for the purpose of direct campaign contributions, regardless of who controls it or who belongs to it. Candidates can receive multiple contributions from separate LLCs, which are often created at the same address and controlled by the same person, corporation, or group of people. These members of the members of the LLCs, whether individuals or corporations, are allowed to spend over the statutory campaign limits set for them by using this loophole, which has become known as the LLC loophole. This bill would close that, making the existing contribution limits meaningful, because without them, they're meaningless. Without it, individuals and corporations can form numerous LLCs to get around the caps. This bill is not in violation of anyone's First Amendment rights, as some have claimed, just as campaign limits for individuals and corporations are not violations of their First Amendment rights. All this does is close the loophole available now only to LLCs. This bill is a campaign financing bill that increases transparency and accountability. And the fact that we did campaign financing last year doesn't mean we can continue to clean up campaign financing this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would ask for a division vote.
Representative Berry has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? We are down to the last speaker. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1394 is a bill that simply cannot and should not work for New Hampshire. This proposed legislation would require political contributions made by an LLC to be attributed to the member of the LLC and counted against their contribution limit. However, we don't track memberships of LLCs in the state of New Hampshire. You could have a one-member LLC or a 50-member LLC, and no existing state statute or proposed state statute by this legislation would report to the public or to any state agency the membership of that LLC. A contribution from an LLC is viewed the same as a contribution from an individual in state law and in court findings, and we should not upend that process. This body considered nearly identical legislation last year, and we found it inexpedient to legislate then, and we should find it inexpedient to legislate today. Thank you.
The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1394. This is a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The chair recognizes Representative Muirhead for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew that this bill shines a light on dark money in politics, would I vote against the ITL by pressing the red button so that a new motion could be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Berry for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill would have unintended consequences and result in not only campaign finance issues, but also reporting issues with the Secretary of State via the Quick Start system, would I now press the green button to support the ITL motion?
The motion before us is a majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1394. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you press the green button. If you're opposed, you press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Donville. Representative Cohen. Representative Cohen. Representative Cohen. Thank you.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 187 voting yea, 163 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
So the next two are just divisions and PIs.
Our next two bills are just divisions and parliamentary inquiries, so don't go wandering off too far. The majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 1442 FN, Act relative to access to election and voter information, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Ross Berry for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Senator Connie Lane for the minority of the committee. A division has been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes. The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1442. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Hamlet for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the population of New Hampshire is becoming more diverse, and if I know that our voting instructions and ballots may be above the reading level that is required for the citizenship test, and if I know that with more research and revisions, this bill could be improved, would I then press the red button to defeat this motion so another motion could be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Haywood for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 1442 FN, the federal standard from 5%, lowers the federal standard from 5% to 3% without any rationale or population data to support a stricter New Hampshire standard, which even at 3% does not apply anywhere in the state. And, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this requirement, especially the third language, could be inordinately expensive, and in some cases, a legally defensible translation may not be possible. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if at some future point the New Hampshire population demographics do change sufficiently to warrant a multi-language ballot, we should start with a blank sheet of paper, not HB 1442. Mr. Speaker, I would press the green button. Thank you.
Motion before us, the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1442. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red button. Voting stations are open at 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 195 voting yea, 156 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. This again is a division vote with just parliamentary inquiries. So members will stay in their seats. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 1567 FN, an act relative to the removal of election officials from office. If considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Barbara Griffin for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Paul Bergeron for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1014H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 78 through 79. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question before us is the majority report of ought to pass as amended. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Bergeron for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill is amended would fine municipalities whose election officials negligently failed to perform their duties, and if I know that negligence is a concept that is not defined in state law, and if I know that the bill lacks clarity as to who can file a complaint relative to negligence, whom it should be filed with, and how that complaint is to be investigated, would I then press the red no button so that a subsequent motion may be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Quayle for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that local election officials must perform their election-related duties properly to ensure the integrity of our elections, and if I know there have been recent, well-documented New Hampshire instances of substantial negligence by local election officials, and furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if I know that assessing significant fines against municipalities whose election officials have been negligent would help incentivize those municipalities to ensure their elections are conducted in accordance with the law. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this legislation would also help preserve public confidence in the integrity of our elections, would I then vote yes to the ought to pass motion for this bill by pressing the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1567. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Ballard. Representative Thompson. You have to give me a thumb up or down. Thank you. Representative Nutter Upham. Thank you. Awesome, Mr. Speaker.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 187 voting yea, 165 voting nay. Committee reports adopted.
I have no debate on this bill.
Majority on the Committee on Environment and Agriculture, to which was referred House Bill 1454 FN, an act relative to permits for the sitting of new landfills. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Megan Murray for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Barbara Comtois for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0894H, printed in House Record 10A, page 61. Are you ready for the vote on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question before us is ought to pass on with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, which was referred to House Bill 1065 FN, an act relative to the regulation of art therapists, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Matthew Santanastazzo for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative William Marsh for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to put House Bill 1065 on the table.
Representative McGuire moves to lay House Bill 1065 on the table. Division's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The House will come to order. The question is whether to lay House Bill 1065 on the table. Representative Marsh is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that New Hampshire currently has a desperate shortage of mental health practitioners and patients are suffering as a result, and if I know that in 14 states in the District of Columbia, art therapists have been allowed to have licenses to practice in this capacity, and if I believe granting such licenses now would reduce the current burden on our substantially overburdened mental health care practitioners, would I then press the red button so that we can allow the debate on this issue? Thank you.
As a reminder, we're in the voting mode. Members should be in their seats, please. Representative McGuire is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that art therapists are regulated by the state, and quite a few of them do, in fact, practice in New Hampshire, and if I know that they appear to be very happy with this regulation because none of them came and bothered the DNA committee, would I not press the green button to table House Bill 1065?
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1065 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll be pressing the green button. If you're opposed, press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Vincent.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 180 having voted in the affirmative, 150 in the negative. House Bill 1065 is laid on the table.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, this one, the debate is actually on the amendment. Debate's on the amendment.
Got it. The majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, which was referred to House Bill 1135, an act requiring a performance audit of the Department of Education Freedom Account Program. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Tony Lakis for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Sally Fellows for the minority of the committee. The committee amendment is 0847H, printed in House Record 10A on page 15. The member from Holderness, Representative Fellows, is recognized to speak against the committee amendment.
Division vote, please. Division. I want to begin by saying that the minority recommendation printed in the calendar is incorrect. It should be ought to pass. The full committee supports an audit of the education freedom accounts. Not one person spoke against it. We just disagree on when the audit should take place. The amendment delays it by 1 year. This program gives parents $4,000 to $8,000 per child, which can be spent or it can be kept on account to be used in future years by the parents. The state will give an outside contractor more than $8 million this year and likely $16 million or more next year. It is our responsibility as state representatives to ensure that taxpayers' money is being handled in accordance with state laws and sound financial management practices. This is not a financial audit. This is an audit of management procedures. It will look at such things as how is the income eligibility determined. This can be complicated for unmarried parents or blended families. How is state residency verified? Is it being done each year? Do children and the parents actually live in New Hampshire? Is their address a vacation home or the home of a relative? Does Class Wallet, a web application parents use to make most of their purchases, favor certain businesses or give them access to protected personal data? The contractor is a nonprofit and Class Wallet is a subcontractor. Which entity is holding the quarterly payments from the state, and where is this money held? In a bank account, in stocks, in cryptocurrency? Since the main focus of this audit is accountability for state money and not educational outcomes, next winter is not too soon for an audit. Auditors will be able to review a year and a half of financial data and 2 years of eligibility determinations for more than 3,000 students. As the director of the Audit Division wrote in his letter to eDNA, early audits, quote, identify areas needing immediate attention and give an opportunity to fix those issues immediately. Please vote no on the amendment so the audit can be published next year and we can make any needed legislative changes in 2024.
A division vote was requested on this, and we are at the final speaker. The member from Hudson, Representative Tony Lakis, is recognized to speak in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I strongly support auditing the various departments and programs in the executive branch. Having those audits done, reviewing them, and then following up to make sure good recommendations for change are implemented is an important part of the job for this legislature. However, for an audit to provide useful information, a program has to have been in place with stable rules for a minimum of 1 year and preferably several years. That is the recommendation the committee received from the director of the Audit Division of the Legislative Budget Assistant. The problem is that the rules for the Education Freedom Account program were just approved by the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules, and the final rules do differ significantly from the interim rules that it started with. Also, as we have seen, there are many bills before the House that could affect this program, and there are more bills before the other body. If any of those bills pass, they would also affect the operation of the program. If the state is to spend the resources of the Audit Division to do the audit and at the Department of Education to provide information for that audit, it should be done in a time frame which will provide useful information. If done too soon, it won't be an audit of the actual program as it operates and would operate into the future. That could result in inconclusive and inaccurate results from the audit. The amendment to this bill moves the effective date from July of this year to July of 2023. Doing so will ensure that there is at least one full school year and fiscal year of stable operations to the audit. Please support this motion to adopt the amendment to produce an effective audit of the FA program. Thank you.
The question is whether to adopt Amendment 0847H. This is a division vote. Members, please take your seats. Close enough. The question is on whether to adopt Amendment 0847H. Representative Fellows is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I believe we owe it to the New Hampshire taxpayers to verify that state money is being handled appropriately, that money is going only to qualified students, and the contractors are following all state laws. And if I believe we need to know as soon as possible if there are any problems, so those problems can be corrected as soon as possible, will I now press the red button so this audit will not be delayed?
Representative McGuire is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that a performance audit is a major undertaking on the part of the state, and if I know that the Department of Education is currently undergoing a performance audit on special education programs and would find it difficult to support a second one at the same time, and if I know that the audit division strongly supports delaying this performance audit, would I not press the green button to delay it by 1 year?
The question is whether to adopt Amendment 0847H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 187 having voted in the affirmative, 148 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. The question now is on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1171FN, an act exempting certain niche beauty services from licensure requirements. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jennifer Rhodes from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jackie Grote for the minority of the committee. Hello.
Hello.
For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
Let's go ahead.
Wait. I would like to make a motion to table House Bill 1171.
Okay. The motion is to lay House Bill 1171 on the table. Are you ready for the question? That might be Representative Burt requesting a roll call. And it appears to be sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Do you need a PI?
All right, the question is whether to lay House Bill 1171 on the table. This is a roll call vote. The House will come to order. Representative Grote is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that House Bill 1171 may put the House in conflict with public perception of public safety through licensing, would I vote green to table this bill? Thank you.
Representative Osborne is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that occupational licensing reform is of critical importance at this point in time and high in the mind of the public consciousness, would I now press the red button?
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1171 on the table. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 156 having voted in the affirmative, 189 in the negative, the motion fails. Well, hold up. So, Representative Cherlevin, we do not have a vote for you because it appears you're not sitting in your assigned seat. So we need you to go there and if you're in the chamber, you have to cast a vote. (156) having voted in the affirmative, 190 in the negative, the motion fails. All right, so we're still on House Bill 1171. The committee amendment is 0843H, printed in House Record 10A on page 16. The question is whether to adopt the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now is on the majority committee report of ought to pass with amendment. The member from Rye, Representative Grote, is recognized to speak against the committee report. And this is a one-on-one, so don't go far.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1171 exempts certain beauty treatments from licensure requirements by making it legal to offer blow drying, makeup application, eyelash extensions that are currently done by licensed individuals to be performed by anyone. This bill does not require so much as a course in sanitation, infection prevention, or a passage of an exam. This is out of step with all other states. There are no states that allow individuals to perform cosmetic or beauty services without minimum training or supervision by licensed individuals. Some states require a public posting that those performing these services are not licensed. This bill does not require this stipulation. In the specific case of eyelash extensions, a chemical is placed in the eye area, and the minority is strongly not in favor of this allowance. There are no states that allow this service without licensing and training for the purposes of aesthetic or cosmetic appearance. Thank you.
The member from Winchester, Representative Rhodes, is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1171 FN will allow a person to provide certain beauty services, such as blow-dry styling, curling, or arranging of a person's hair or makeup application. Some eyebrow services and lash services as well, without having to have a cosmetology or aesthetics license to do so. These are services that most people already do at home or have a friend or family member do for them. Currently, New Hampshire is only one of 10 states that is not exempt for some of these services, while every single bordering state offers at least one of these exceptions. The accepted services will not include practices that involve the hair coloring chemicals, perming chemicals, hair cutting shears, razors, or any specialty tools that require advanced training. By the way, a person is able to walk into a store right now and buy at-home hair coloring and home kits. I wouldn't recommend it. Hey, it's your hair. We heard in committee, one of the reasons not to pass this bill was because if a person has an allergic reaction or a skin condition, a cosmetologist is trained to recognize and diagnose that. That is illegal. A cosmetologist or an esthetician is not a doctor nor a dermatologist, both being the same thing. They are not allowed to diagnose or treat any conditions of the scalp or allergic reactions. An example of someone that may choose to own or operate one of these establishments is someone that may have had a cosmetology license at one time, however, for any number of reasons, does not now. Possibly a person that holds certification in makeup application. Another example is a person that has a natural-born talent that they have honed in over the years and decides to open a business instead of paying for schooling when their desire isn't to color, cut, or perm a person's hair. Mr. Speaker, the passing of H. Bill 1117 FN will promote entrepreneurship in New Hampshire by encouraging talented and skilled individuals to supply work for in-demand services without the need to entangle themselves in bureaucratic red tape and licensing laws. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Maybe that was backwards, but it was effective. Representative Berry requests a roll call, which was preemptively significantly seconded. So this will be a roll call vote. Members, please take your seats. Okay, the question is on the Majority Committee report, about to pass with amendment. Representative Grote is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that during the committee hearings, eyelash extensions and the glue that is used to apply individual eyelashes to existing eyelashes were the issue that the minority had with this bill, and this was an amendment that was not entertained by the committee, would I now vote red on this bill? Thank you.
Representative McGuire is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill removes barriers to entry for services that are not commonly provided in beauty schools, and if I know that nearly all of them can be could be, and in fact are, performed at home or by friends without danger, and if I know that the skills are not taught in beauty school, so there is no advantage to requiring licensure for this, would I not press the green button?
The questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass with amendment. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 201 having voted in the affirmative, 147 in the negative. The committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1173, an act proclaiming August 9th as Indigenous Peoples' Day, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Tony Lakis for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Michael Yakubovich for the minority of the committee. The questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. Oh, sure. The majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1330, an act relative to the Board of Registration of Medical Technicians, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Michael Yakubovich for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative William Marsh for the minority of the committee. The question is on the majority amendment 0399H, printed in House Record 10A on page 47. The member from Brookfield, Representative Marsh, is recognized to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the majority amendment 0399H to House Bill 1330. The majority amendment repeals the Board of Medical Technicians and ends the registration of individuals who work in medical fields and both have contact with the public and opportunity to divert opioid drugs. we would revert to the private sector to prevent drug diversion, and there is good evidence that that has been ineffective. This board was established in 2016 in response to the hepatitis C outbreak at Exeter Hospital. Briefly, a traveling technician in the cardiac catheterization lab was diverting fentanyl for personal use, refilling drug vials with saline using dirty needles, and thereby contaminating them with his own hepatitis C. Public Health tested 1,074 patients who had procedures. 32 patients were identified with active hepatitis C, identical to the technician's virus, and 27 additional patients had evidence of past hepatitis C infection, but their virus could not be tested. The individual involved was eventually sentenced to 39 years in federal prison for infecting 46 people in 4 states with this deadly disease. He told his story to Newsweek, and it was published as the cover story, Confessions of a Night Shift Junkie, in June 2015. The U.S. Attorney for New Hampshire described him as a serial infector. Newsweek quoted this technician as saying, "Somebody has to tell how it's done, how easy it is, and how the structure of the hospitals isn't any good to stop it." He told how he hid his drug use, how he manipulated staffing agencies to continue to get new hospital jobs, and how he was ultimately caught when the hepatitis C outbreak occurred at Exeter Hospital, the last of the 19 hospitals in 8 states where he had worked. Clearly, the private sector was totally ineffective in protecting the public. As a hospital trustee, I know that I have learned to suspect applications from people who have moved from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. And yet, despite the testimony of the New Hampshire Hospital Association and others, the majority wants us to remove this registration process that deters serial infectors from applying for jobs in New Hampshire. New Hampshire was the first state to require registration of such technicians, and there have been no similar outbreaks in the state subsequently. Just by requiring registration, we deter most of these people who skip from state to state, one step ahead of the law, from applying to positions in New Hampshire. According to the Association of Surgical Technologists, as of now, 12 states require certification of surgical technologists, and 3 more besides New Hampshire require registration. I urge you all to defeat this amendment so the minority amendment, which would continue to protect your constituents and the public, can be brought forward. I thank you.
The member from Hooksett, Representative Yakubovich, is recognized to speak in support of the committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the registration of medical technicians is extremely rare in the U.S., and in the existing structure, we're already talking about layers and layers of institutions that oversee and work with the technicians, because technicians work inside a hospital or inside a lab. We want to pass this amendment, the majority of the committee, because shifting of responsibility is very dangerous. Faceless bureaucracy is not going to help much when there are already layers of people that are responsible, like the hospital trustees, the insurance corporation for the hospital administrators, the doctors, the nurses, the staff should see who they hire and what they do to patients. They've promised not to do harm, and they fall back on the bureaucracy to protect their business. There's a break in the chain of command, and they should be responsible on what happens to the patients. That's why we're repealing this unnecessary registration of medical technicians. It's holding us back from providing better services. The healthcare facilities already struggling to hire workers. And if we remove this barrier by eliminating registration in the field, we provide better service to the public. So please vote for the committee amendment. Thank you.
Representative Marsh requests a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats. Who requested a roll call? Who requested the roll call? Who did? And it is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The question is on Amendment 0399H. This is a roll call vote. Representative Marsh is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know night shift junkies have been discouraged from plaguing New Hampshire by the existing registration process, and if I know both hospitals and confessed night shift junkies have said the hospital vetting process is totally inadequate to protect the public, and if I don't want another massive and expensive outbreak of disease spread by the dirty needles of night shift junkies to affect my friends and neighbors, would I not press the red button and defeat the majority amendment? Thank you.
Representative McGuire is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the actions of one bad actor, however heinous, are not reason to require thousands of technicians to register and pay the fees, if I know that these technicians never work independently, but only under the supervision of doctors and other healthcare professionals, and if I know that this creates an unnecessary barrier to supplying employees to our healthcare businesses, would I not press the green button and adopt the amendment?
The question is whether to adopt Amendment 0399H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 175 having voted in the affirmative, 168 in the negative. The amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Marsh moves Amendment 0699H, printed in House Record 10A on pages 47 through 50, and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the House for this opportunity to undo the terrible thing we are doing to the public with the amendment we just adopted. This minority amendment replaces the bill with a minority bill. The board has been recently dysfunctional due to its inability to obtain quorum to do its duties. This bill, as amended by the minority amendment, would make it an advisory board so that OPLC can function. and the minority amendment ensures that the advisory board is consulted whenever important decisions need to be made. I urge you to adopt this amendment. Thank you.
Representative McGuire is recognized to speak against the minority amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to agree with the previous speaker that if you adopt this amendment, you completely undo what you did in adopting the majority amendment. So I would urge you not to waste everyone's time by voting for it. Thank you.
The question is whether to adopt Amendment 0699H. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Representative Nader requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, please take your seats. The question is on Amendment 0699H. This is a roll call vote. The member from Brookfield, Representative Marsh, is recognized for parliamentary inquiry. Waves off. All right. Let's just do it. If you're in favor of adopting the amendment, you'll be pressing the green button. If you're opposed, you'll be pressing the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 167 having voted in the affirmative, 184 in the negative. The amendment fails. Oh dear. Okay, so now we're on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, which was referred to House Bill 1357, an act relative to land acknowledgement. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Tony Lakis for the committee. The questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. Nobody asked for a division or anything. Yeah. So I have to apologize to the House and ask you for a favor. I know. I didn't see the second sheet, and there are people that were going to debate the last bill. Instead, I cranked through a voice vote. So I would like someone to please make a motion to reconsider the bill and then have everybody vote yes, so that the people who signed up, did the work to write the speeches, can do that. Representative Graham is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, having voted on the prevailing side, I ask that we reconsider our actions on the last bill.
Representative Graham moves reconsideration on House Bill 1357. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. I am in doubt that we did the right thing, so let's clarify it with a division vote. The House will be in order. The question is whether to reconsider House Bill 1357. Representative Marge Smith is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that sometimes we get tired and we aren't necessarily paying attention, and if I know that we might have missed the very serious and important request from the presiding officer that we reconsider, would I now vote yes on the motion to reconsider?
Representative McGuire is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill is of purely symbolic importance, would I not press the red button to not reconsider?
We're in the voting mode, Representative.
Is it a real inquiry? If it's a real inquiry, then is it a real inquiry? Is it a real inquiry?
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, my inquiry would be this. I understand that you've said that you made a mistake, which is completely understandable. My question would be that if before the issue, you had placed the issue as you had, if somebody had said, I don't want to have a debate, let's just go vote, would you have allowed them to do that?
All parties would have to agree.
So doesn't that suggest to the body that the request that was made by the Speaker should be granted, that we should allow this to be redone?
I appreciate you backing me up. That's not a real parliamentary inquiry, though. Thanks. House will be in order. The question is whether to reconsider House Bill 1357. This is a division vote. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 238 having voted in the affirmative, 94 in the negative, the motion passes. Thank you. And I apologize to the House for my mistake wasting so much of your time. For what reason does a member rise?
Make a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to lay it upon the table.
Representative Spillane moves that House Bill 1357 be laid on the table. Division's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The House will come to order. The question is whether to lay House Bill 1357 on the table. Representative Spillane is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we still have a lot of work to do, and I know that we all know how this one turns out, would I go ahead and push the green button and put it on the table?
Representative Goley is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know we just reconsidered our earlier vote so that we could hear this small debate, would I now press the red button so we continue with the debate and get on with the day? Thank you.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1357 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for another 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 163 in the affirmative, 178 in the negative. The motion fails. The House will be in order. I said the House will be in order. We're finally getting to a debate that was delayed by a lot of stuff. It is one-on-one, so don't go far. The member from Rye, Representative Groda, is recognized to speak against the committee report and has a right to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In EDNA, we hold hearings on bills regarding honoring specific events and causes. On first glance, House Bill 1537 appears to be such a bill. And as you know, those bills that come to this House from the EDNA committee often come with an ITL motion because it is an agreement among the members of the committee that there are more productive options for these requests. House Bill 1357 on land acknowledgement asks for no commemoration or fanfare, and this is not a simple bill. The subject deserves much more than a quick look. House Bill 1357 recognizes that before there was New Hampshire, there was a land called Endakina, and that the Abenaki, Pennacook, and Wabanaki peoples, a confederation of Indian tribes, were a distinct people in New Hampshire. This land had the same mountains, rivers, streams, and forests that we all hold precious today. This land remains magical and loved by us all. This land is a continuum inhabited by many people, and its history is important. Regardless of who lived here or who lives here today, the natural beauty of our state remains and is protected, and is why many of us are here in this House. I ask you to join me in overturning the ITL motion by voting red so that another motion is made. Thank you.
The member from Hudson, Representative Tony Lakers, is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this bill would amend RSA 1 concerning the boundaries of the state of New Hampshire to acknowledge that there were people here before us, which is not disputable. And while we're sure the sponsors of the bill intended it just be a respectful acknowledgement of the peoples who were here before us and to keep the people of New Hampshire aware of that history, there is concern about how that acknowledgement might be construed in the future. While we understand the sponsors and most of the supporters do not intend this acknowledgement to support possible land claims, we must always be aware of possible unintended consequences of legislation. The statute created by the current legislation will likely persist for many years. I mean, it's RSA 1, which defines the boundaries of this state. And even during our committee hearing, we had at least one person who testified and talked about restorative justice in the context of this bill, which was concerning. And the other thing is we got testimony from a tribal genealogist who said that there's conflict between groups of the indigenous people in New York and Canada over how this should be handled. And this person said it'd be best for the state of New Hampshire not to meddle in that situation. So because of all that, those reasons, I ask you to vote green to support the ITL motion. Thank you.
The question is on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1357. Division vote's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The House will come to order. And members, please find your seats, probably right where you left them. The question is on the Majority Committee report of inexpedience to legislate on House Bill 1357. The member from Rye, Representative Grote, is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that history is important and that the legacy of the continuum of our land is also important, and if I know that there is an amendment that was passed by the committee that would refute any land claims that this acknowledgement would not recognize, would I now vote green? No, vote red to overturn. I'm so sorry. To vote red on overturning ITL motion. Thank you.
That's why we ask. The member from Hudson, Representative Tony Lakis, is recognized for parliamentary inquiry. Or Representative McGuire is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this purely symbolic bill merely recognizes one group of Indigenous peoples, and if I also know that the other groups of Indigenous peoples in the state are not pleased with it, would I not press the green button to keep us out of their fights? Thank you.
The question is on the Majority Committee report of inexpedience to legislate on House Bill 1357. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 183 having voted in the affirmative, 151 in a negative. The committee report is adopted. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which is referred House Bill 1510, an act establishing a committee to study the hiring processes used by state agencies. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Matthew Santanastazzo for the committee. The question is on the committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1560, an act relative to non-resident licensure by the Board of Barbering, Cosmetology, and Aesthetics. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Jennifer Rhodes for the committee. The question's on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted.
The House will be in order. Majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 103 FN, an act establishing a dental benefit under the state Medicaid program. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. It's of Jess Edwards for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Bob Lynn for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0904H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 2 to 4. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Question before the House is the ought to pass with amendment motion. Are you ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Representative Pratt. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. House will be in order. The motion before us is the House will be in order. The motion before us is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 103 FN. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Weiler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 103 passed the House on a roll call vote of 225 to 127 and passed the Finance Committee on a vote of 14 to 5, and if I further know that this program will be financed by a lawsuit settlement of $18 million, so it will be not added to our taxes, then would I now push the green button in hopes that our Medicaid population will have improved health? Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 103 FN. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 237 voting yea, 100 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
It's just because it's numerically. No, yeah, this is the committee members to Yes.
Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1677 FN, an act relative to the administration and the settlement of claims of abuse at the Youth Development Center and making an appropriation therefore. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. President Chairman Umberger for the committee. Amendment 0956H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 85 through 90. The question is on the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Committee amendments are adopted. Bill is on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Rogers and Wallner offer Amendment 1038H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 90 through 91. Chair recognizes Representative Long to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd first like to commend the collaborative work with the Attorney General, the victim's attorney, and especially the Finance Committee. I was quite impressed on the collaborative work that they had done towards this bill. This amendment adds emotional abuse. I believe New Hampshire has an opportunity in addressing all victimization done at the hands of our facilities, especially at minimum through House Bill 1677's process. All victims retain their right to choose the court process. However, this process ought to be available to all victims who choose so. Although the appropriation is an extremely large allocation, I'm reminded of the tax dollars that went towards perpetration of these acts. So I ask that you support the victims in this situation, and we add all victims the opportunity to go through this process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like you to understand just a little bit of the process that got us here. For the first time in decades, the state of New Hampshire has stood up to the plate and said, we are responsible and we are going to be accountable for righting the wrongs of many, many decades, where kids that have been incarcerated in the youth development centers have been warehoused in a way in which physical and sexual abuse seems to have been fairly common and too much of a part of the culture. That's what I'm hearing anecdotally. Don't admit that into court, but that's what I understand. And so what the AG has done is he and his office have set up a settlement fund so that we can efficiently process hundreds of claims. And the key claims that we must address are the sexual and physical abuse. Like any project, this is a new project. The biggest thing you need to worry about is scope creep. If you make the scope too big, your project's going to fail. And so with a lot of thought and debate, we don't want the emotional abuse included in this bill, which is what this amendment does, because first of all, emotional abuse is very tough, I think, to adjudicate. I think just the mere fact that you're incarcerated legitimately would to many feel like emotional abuse. And because it's messy, and it would open up the settlement fund to a scope creep that is beyond what we're ready to do initially. And we may never get to that. But don't think for a moment that those kids who thought that they were emotionally abused don't have recourse. There's always been a method for them to file a complaint with the AG and to have it adjudicated, and that avenue remains open to them. What we've done is we've set up a settlement fund to efficiently process a large number of cases. And I'd ask you to vote against this amendment so that we can allow the Attorney General to focus on the most egregious claims and get them handled as expeditiously as possible. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
I respect the representative. I'll take her question.
Member may inquire.
Thank you so much, Representative. Thank you so much, Representative, for taking my question. Are you saying that watching a child get raped by a facilitator that facilitates this is less important and should get less rewards of damages than the one that's actually doing the raping and is getting threatened to then be raped if they tell anybody?
So I thank you for the question, and I understand your concern to be whether or not rape would be included. I'd say rape is part of the sexual assault, and that's clearly the major reason we're doing this, is to adjudicate and pay out and try to compensate for their pain and anguish, the monies that would help them deal with the rape. So hopefully that answers your question, and I think we're done.
Does the member yield to further questions? No. Member does not yield. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the floor amendment, 1038H. This is going to be a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Wallner for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this amendment will strengthen this very, very important bill, and if I know that this amendment will add emotional abuse in the definition of child abuse, and if I know that research shows that emotional abuse and solitary confinement can cause lifelong damage to young children and young adults, and if I know for this settlement process to work, the process must be viewed as inclusive and open to all claimants, would I now vote yes to this amendment?
Chair recognizes Representative Umberger for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that emotional abuse, child endangerment, false imprisonment, unlawful confinement, child exploitation, or deprivation of education rights are issues that should be considered, but should not be added to the definition of sexual abuse or physical abuse, would I now press the red button and vote no on this amendment? Thank you.
The motion before us is floor amendment 1038H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Griffith.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 164 voting yea, 177 voting nay. Floor amendment fails. The bill is on second reading, open to further amendment. This is floor amendment 1036H. And the chair recognizes Representative Rogers to speak to the floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start out, first of all, by telling you that in the spirit of bipartisanship with which
The member will suspend for a minute until we get the sound on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, in the spirit of bipartisanship with which this bill was written, I have to thank the member from Londonderry for the hat that I'm wearing today, which is the U.S. Marine Corps hat, so I'm sure you can all tell which member from Londonderry. And I hope that in light of that, he'll listen to what I say and vote with me. House Bill 1677 as amended is a great start. Okay, but we can act now to make it an even more effective response to a critical situation. Amendment 1022H will help to do that. According to the Department of Children and Family Services Director, from 1990 to the present, 4,776 children were housed at the Sununu Youth Center and its predecessor. There have already been close to 500 cases of abuse filed in the courts, and that number could increase. As a former county attorney, this situation resonates with me. It's clear, based on the number of cases filed against the state, that the financial cap on settlements in this bill is artificially low at $1.5 million. It should be increased to $4.5 million. This is a significant increase, but there's a cause to do this from a legal standpoint. The state, by taking complete custody and control of these children, had a fiduciary duty to them. We promised to provide the highest standard of care. If this case goes to civil court, all the plaintiffs have to prove by a preponderance of the evidence, which is 50.1% likelihood, is that the abuse happened. As lawmakers, we must be prepared to respond to several judgments against the state of New Hampshire. Keep in mind, the state has already indicted 12 former employees and promises to indict more. These employees account for the abuse of close to 1/2 of the child victims, and the state believes it can prove the defendants abused these kids beyond a reasonable doubt, a 98% likelihood. For our purposes, this means these cases will either be settled and receive a financial award from this fund that we are creating, or the cases go to trial. The plaintiffs have several lawyers already committed to working these cases on behalf of the child victims. So far, the Attorney General has won. It's entirely possible that if any of these cases, or several of these cases, go to trial, that when jurors hear what happened to these children, multi-million-dollar verdicts in single cases will result. It's critical to note some of the cases in federal court in recent years exceeded $20 million, even for incidences less brutal than child rape. The federal court draws from a similar jury pool as our state superior court in Merrimack County, where these cases would be heard. You have to anticipate the same jury pool will yield similar outcomes. It's in the state's best financial interest to agree to a process that will resolve all or almost all of these child victim cases as expeditiously as possible, with as little additional trauma to the victims as possible. After all, it's the right thing to do. Amendment 1022H expands the cap on settlements to $4.5 million, a more realistic cap on settlement amounts. If we want the plaintiffs to come to the table with their claims and avoid going to civil court where $10 million or higher dollar claims could result, we must be realistic about the logical and likely financial risks. We should increase the cap the state is willing to award in this process. I ask that you join me in more properly compensating any victims of abuse while in the state's custody. Please support Amendment 1022H by voting yes and pressing the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Umberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry. The cap in 1677 is $1.5 million for sexual abuse and $150,000 for physical abuse. These caps were set as a result of the AG looking out across the country for what settlements were out there for sexual abuse and physical abuse. And that was the number that the dollars that the AG came to us with as what was the, I don't want to call it the average settlement because it wasn't necessarily adding up the figures and coming up with a number. It was looking at all of the cases that were out there. Now, as the representative from Concord said, you don't have to choose the process that we've put together in 1677. 1677 is designed as a trauma and victim-centered process, as opposed to going to court, which is not necessarily a victim or trauma-centered thing. But the cap that we have put in the bill, I believe will actually solve all of the problems that were caused. And I would agree that these are absolutely horrible to think that this was going on in our youth centers over a long period of time. And it was only recently that the AG, in his work, discovered the horrific nature of what was going on. So I ask that you vote red and keep the caps that are currently in 1677 of $1.5 million for sexual abuse and $150,000 for physical abuse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is on floor amendment 1036H. This is going to be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1036H. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Wallner for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this amendment will also strengthen this very important bill, and if I know the intent of this legislation is to provide an alternative for claimants to settle their cases through the settlement fund process as opposed to taking cases to court, which is a much more costly process for the state and for the victim. And if I know that the cap on settlement is if it is too low, claimants will choose court over going through the settlement fund process. And if I know this amendment raises the cap to a more realistic level, which will encourage claimants to use the settlement process, would I now vote yes on this amendment?
Chair recognizes Representative Wilder for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Attorney General made a thorough study of rewards for sexual abuse attacks on children by authorities, and that study led to a proposal to create a settlement fund of $100 million to use in a new system to avoid going to court if the damaged parties accepted it. And if I further know that the attorney for the approximate 500 litigants kept trying to increase the caps on the settlements offered, and if I know that increasing the caps or the allowed damages will make even that huge sum be insufficient, would I now press the red button to keep from making this effort unworkable? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Floor Amendment 1036H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. (165) voting yea, 184 voting nay. The amendment fails. We're back to the original bill with the committee amendment. So the motion before us is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. The House will...
I'm all the way in the back. I'm sorry, I'm running. I'm doing the best I can.
I get it, Representative. Are you making a motion?
Yes, please.
What is your motion?
I'd like for the previous debate to be printed.
Would you...
I'd like for the previous debate to be printed in the permanent journal without objection.
The motion
please.
is to replace the debate in the permanent journal. Is that it?
Yes, thank you.
All those in favor of placing the debate in the permanent journal, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. Only those in the room are allowed to vote. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. There is no PIs. House will come to order. The motion before us is to print the remarks in the permanent journal. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 188 voting yea, 155 voting nay. Marks will be printed in the permanent journal. Majority of the Committee on Fish and Game and Marine Resources, to which was referred House Bill 1091, an act relative to search warrants for individuals engaged in fish and game activities. Considered the same, report the same, and recommended that the bill be referred for interim study as an attending line for the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Mr. Larry LaFlamme for the minority of the committee. The motion before us is the committee report of interim study. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Before we go on to the next bill, I just want to let everybody know what the plan is. The food will be delivered about 5:30. It should be all set up and ready to go for 6 o'clock. So we'll take a break at 6 o'clock for hopefully about 45 minutes. We're asking you to go down to the cafeteria. That's where it'll be set up again, and then come back here as soon as possible so that we can hopefully get another couple hours in. Majority of the Committee on Fishing, Game, and Marine Resources, to which was referred House Bill 1297, an act relative to taking lobster while engaged in recreational scuba diving. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. James Blaine for the minority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Catherine Harvey for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0157H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 46 through 47. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question before, the motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1297. Division has been requested. Members, take your seats.
Reed is doing the other. You're doing it.
The House will come to order. Members be in your seats. This is a division vote. The motion before us is the majority report of order passed as amended on House Bill 1297. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Ager for a parliamentary inquiry. Egan. My mistake.
Representative Egan from Sugar Hill, Mr. Speaker. That's okay. It's a long day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the best way to protect New Hampshire's precious lobster stock, especially female egg-bearing lobsters, and support economically important lobstering industry in New Hampshire is the only way by using highly professional, career-seasoned, and easily regulated lobstermen to catch these valuable creatures. And if I believe that personal hand-catching of lobsters by individual scuba divers with limited experience will complicate the monitoring and regulation process of the already overburdened Marine Patrol officers of our dear Fish and Game Department. And furthermore, if I believe that the safety of divers will be diminished as their ability to hand-catch lobsters will most likely take place where lobster stocks reside, therefore creating risk to divers entangling themselves in the nets, trap lines, and other dangerous gear that our lobster industry uses, would I now vote no on House Bill 1297 so the better motion could be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Reed for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the state directly to our south does allow scuba and free divers to harvest small amounts of lobster for personal use, and they have had zero issues with enforcement, zero issues with safety, and zero issues with conflicts between divers and lobstermen. And if I know that none of the usual pro-conservation, pro-animal groups opposed this bill at all, but in fact, the main opposition in committee was a long line of people representing the professional lobster industry who stand to lose the high dollar demand on their product if individuals have access to sustainably harvesting small amounts for personal use, as they do with fish. And if I know that one of the most preeminent wildlife biologists in the state, who almost always is in committee supporting data-based restrictions on take, was passionately supportive of this bill, and in fact debunked the myths that divers cause damage when harvesting sustainable amounts, would I now press green and support the committee recommendation?
The motion before us is the majority report of order passed as amended on House Bill 1297. Members need to be in their seats. This is a division vote. The motion before us is the majority report of order passed as amended in House Bill 1297. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you press the green button. If you're opposed, you press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 197 voting yea, 143 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. The House will be in order. Majority of the Committee on Fish and Game and Marine Sources, to which was referred House Bill 1356, an act relative to the taking of gray squirrels. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Timothy Lang from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Ellen Reed from the minority of the committee. What reason does a member rise?
For a motion.
State your motion.
I move to table.
It is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1356. Are you ready for the question? Who requested a roll call? We have a request for a division, I heard. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. This is a division vote. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1356. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Andrew Bolden for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that I sponsored this bill, would I now push green to lay it on the table?
The chair recognizes Representative Lang for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the committee listened to 2.5 hours of conversation and public debate about lactating gray squirrels. And further, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the amendment was adopted with bipartisan support and the underlying bill was ultimately adopted with bipartisan support, would I now vote red to the tabling motion?
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1356. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 156 voting yea, 182 voting nay. The motion to table fails.
So the debate is just PIs, so it's going to be a division here.
Right, we're going right into a division vote, so members stay in your seats. We're going to be doing just PIs on the amendment. The amendment is 0166H, printed in House Record 10A, page 53. This is going to be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Laflamme for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that RSA 207:56 requires that the executive director of the New Hampshire Fish and Game Department, after consultation with the New Hampshire Fish and Game Commission through their rulemaking authority, shall have the authority to open and close seasons for all small game, including gray squirrels. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that open and close hunting seasons for various game species are managed after consideration on the advice of research of wildlife biologists, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment requires the executive director to permit gray squirrels to be hunted year-round rather than during an open or a closed season like other species of small game, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I believe that New Hampshire wildlife should be managed through the advice of wildlife biologists rather than the whim of legislators, then would I push the red button and vote no on this amendment so another motion can be brought to the floor?
Chair recognizes Representative Lang for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that I listened to 2.5 hours of testimony about lactating gray squirrels, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that after hearing all of that conversation with both the New Hampshire Farm Bureau, with the Forestry Division, with the Fish and Game, and many citizens that testified, that I came away with a completely different opinion, as well as the majority of my committee, that these animals have, they are the only rodent to have a season other than a beaver. And Mr. Speaker, would I now vote to allow an open season and the amendment to go forward on gray squirrels? And push the green button.
The motion before us is the ought to pass as amended motion on House Bill 1.
It's the majority amendment.
The majority amendment on House Bill 1356. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Fargo.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, the House will attend to the state of the vote. 194 voting yea, 147 voting nay. Committee amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is the majority committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1356. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted.
All right, sir. So we have a one-on-one with Blasek requesting a roll.
The House will be in order. Members, take your seats. We have a one-on-one debate with a request for a roll call. Majority of Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1022, an act permitting pharmacists to dispense the drug ivermectin by means of a standing order. Having considered, the House will come to order. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Leah Cushman for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution that is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Gary Merchant for the minority of the committee. The amendment is zero. The amendment is 0964H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 5 and 6. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Knerk to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permitting a pharmacist to dispense a medication by a standing order requires a well-evaluated protocol established through a broad consensus of providers and pharmacists using the best available data. But a broad consensus supporting the use of ivermectin in COVID-19 does not exist. The majority report claims that ivermectin has been shown to be helpful in reducing the severity and duration of COVID-19. But this is not true. There have been numerous studies regarding ivermectin and COVID-19 which sound compelling, but upon analysis have design flaws. I have personally reviewed many of these studies. Most studies so far are limited primarily by non-blinding or no randomization, but also by too small sample sizes, the use of concomitant medications that confound the assessment, or poorly defined study groups and outcome measures. And even the well-designed studies still have significant limitations such that definitive conclusions regarding the clinical efficacy of ivermectin in the treatment of COVID-19 cannot yet be reached. This is not an issue of censorship. It is simply subjecting these studies to the same robust analysis which must be given to any study. Internationally recognized independent groups with decades of experience analyzing studies, such as the Cochrane Group, have determined that the few studies of high quality which do exist do not support the use of ivermectin for treatment or prevention of COVID-19 except in ongoing, well-designed clinical trials. This is not to say that ivermectin is not a good drug. It is excellent for the treatment of parasitic worms and has been around for a long time and used well for that purpose. The minority already worked with the majority to allow off-label use of ivermectin so that it can be obtained if desired. Standing orders with pharmacists should not be used to dispense medications for indications which are not clearly supported by the best available medical evidence. Ivermectin, unfortunately, at least as of now, does not yet reach this level of evidence. So please press the red button to vote no so that another motion can be brought forth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A roll call has been requested, yes. The final speaker is coming up. A roll call has been requested by Representative Blasek. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This is going to be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The chair recognizes Representative Cushman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this bill as amended would ensure Granite Staters have access to an FDA-approved medication that has a drug safety profile better than Tylenol. A standing order is a prescriptive protocol written by a physician or nurse practitioner that allows a pharmacist to dispense a medication without an individual prescription. The prescriber writes a protocol that includes dosage and screening for contraindication. The patient receives an information sheet that informs them of adverse effects, indications, and referral information. Currently in New Hampshire, one can go to a pharmacy and ask for hormonal contraceptives and Narcan via a standing order. These drugs both carry substantially more risk than ivermectin. Ivermectin has been used in humans for parasitic infections for over 30 years. Its success as an antiviral, effective in reducing severity of symptoms of COVID-19 and other viral illnesses, is one reason people are willing to go to great lengths to obtain it. From purchasing abroad to purchasing ivermectin formulated for animals, people will do what they need to do to get their hands on this drug. When they or their loved ones are sick, they'll do what they have to. Another reason is that, unfortunately, medicine is becoming increasingly politicized. This is why there is no consensus on the best protocol for ivermectin, but we do have many well-established protocols that physicians who write these standing orders can reference and use. Because of this politicization, doctors are afraid to prescribe and pharmacies are afraid to dispense. If we pass this bill, patients will have access to this safe, inexpensive, generic, FDA-approved medication that is created in FDA-regulated and inspected facilities formulated for humans. This will reduce the potential harm of obtaining medications abroad and using ivermectin formulated for animals, and could potentially mitigate the severity of COVID-19 and other viral illnesses. We make experimental vaccines that have had no long-term safety studies with growing evidence of harm available at pharmacies without a prescription, and claim it's because it could save lives. Ivermectin has had over 30 years of studies showing that it is safe, and more evidence is surfacing that it is effective. Permitting it to be dispensed via a standing order could save lives. Please vote ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass as amended. This is going to be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1022. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Knirk for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that permitting a pharmacist to dispense a medication by a standing order requires a well-evaluated protocol established through a broad consensus of providers and pharmacists using the best available data, and that the lack of that consensus is not a political issue, but because of data which is insufficient in the studies, and that only a few are actually being done at this point, a few standing orders. And if I know that the FDA approval is for its indication of treating parasites, not COVID-19, and if I know that a broad consensus supporting the use of ivermectin in COVID-19 does not exist, and that ivermectin can be obtained off-label once we've finished getting that other bill through, would I then press the red button to vote no so that another motion could be brought forward? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Mark Pearson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that ivermectin is already available over the counter in many countries, and if I know that ivermectin is safe, safer than some of the over-the-counter medicines we can presently buy here in New Hampshire. And if I know that some people unable to get ivermectin over the counter here have been resorting to going to farm stores and getting it as it is formulated for livestock and not for people. And finally, if I know that the choice for ever so many people is not the choice of ivermectin or vaccines, but ivermectin versus nothing. And while it might not cure you, it's not going to hurt you. Would I now press the green button to give New Hampshire people this freedom of choice? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority report of order passed as amended on House Bill 1022. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Cordelli.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. House will be in order. 183 voting yea, 159 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. I request members stay in your seats. We have another request for a roll call on this coming bill. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred, House Bill 1044. An act relative to policies required for health facilities and special health care service licenses. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jerry Knirk from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Jim Colfault from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Colfault.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of House Bill 1044 and in opposition to the committee recommendation of ITL. House Bill 1044 would make a small but meaningful change in our state statute governing the licensure of healthcare facilities. In 2016, this legislature added a provision to that statute requiring that licensed healthcare facilities must serve all patients regardless of the source of payment. House Bill 1044 would exempt certain facilities from that provision. Specifically, it would exempt organizations that operate on a membership-based business model or a direct payment business model, meaning that it's not reimbursed by insurance. The key concern raised in the Majority Committee report is that this bill would have an adverse effect on our critical care hospitals. In fact, the provisions in question were added to statute in 2016. We had critical care hospitals before that, and if this bill passes, there's no reason to believe we will not have critical care hospitals after that. Furthermore, critical care hospitals are already protected by a 15-mile exclusion zone, preventing the opening of new facilities within that radius. They also receive favorable Medicare and Medicaid reimbursement rates based on their status as critical care hospitals. Protectionism never leads to efficiency. It never leads to cost savings, and it never spurs innovation. Free markets do. Many of you may be old enough to remember when making a long-distance phone call was a little bit expensive. Talking to family members in other states often involved keeping one eye on the clock, making sure you weren't talking too long. Deregulation did wonders for the telecommunications industry. It led to better service, lower prices, more options for consumers, and more innovation. Widespread use of technology, embracing new technologies faster. Free market innovation should be allowed to flourish in New Hampshire. This bill would open a modest window of opportunity that will lead to better services, lower costs, and innovation in our healthcare system. I ask you to please join me in opposing the committee recommendation so that an alternate motion can be brought. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Blazek has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? We're down to our final speaker. It is sufficiently seconded. This is going to be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The chair recognizes Representative Knirk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, currently licensed healthcare facilities are required to provide services to all persons regardless of the source of payment, and that requirement was added in 2016 by the legislature to ensure access to services for low-income individuals and those covered by Medicaid. HB 1044 would exempt healthcare facilities which exclusively provide services on a basis of direct payment from this requirement. And that's without any reimbursement from a third party or any insurance. And so it's been billed as something to help you with your high deductible, but it really won't, because that bill has to be sent through the insurance company in order to be credited to your deductible. Now, such a change would allow a small number of for-profit institutions offering urgent care, birthing services, ambulatory surgery, or other services to skim off the high-paying patients who can pay the full cash price. And that changes the payer mix for remaining hospitals. And that 15-mile exclusion doesn't make much difference. I live 15 miles from any healthcare facility. Maintaining the payer mix is important for those remaining hospitals. Our critical access hospitals run on razor-thin margins, and they lose money on services such as the full-service 24-hour-per-day emergency room and obstetrical services, which serve many people on Medicaid or with no insurance. Those services, which are critical to have in rural areas, are subsidized by the higher-paying services and the higher-paying insurances. Skimming off the higher-paying patients would have a significant negative economic effect on our critical access hospitals. There will be a substantial risk of hospital closure or the need to drop critical clinical services such as maternity. I mean, we've seen that happen, leaving large numbers of individuals, especially in rural areas, with no access for timely medical care for emergencies or for childbirth. And the losses sustained by those facilities will be shifted to those who have insurance, driving up the cost for everyone else and not changing the total health care costs. The hospitals recognize the threat of this bill to the existence of our hospitals and the need of all the hospitals to share the burdens equally. The New Hampshire Hospital Association testified against this bill, stating that it will not benefit patients' access, nor will it improve competition. The majority believes that this bill will decrease access to health care and will not drive down the overall cost of health care. I also find it interesting that the minority has said that this helps the free market, but it's interesting because it only makes this exemption for certain business models. That's not the free market. The free market would not say this group is exempted from this requirement, but this group is not. That isn't the free market. So I would like you to please press the green button to support the committee recommendation of ITL. Thank you.
The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1044. This is a roll call vote. The motion before us is a majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1044. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Cushman for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that our current medical system is broken and patient satisfaction is at an all-time low, and if I know that we need alternative options for consumers and healthcare workers, and further, if I know that competition and open markets promote the best service at the best prices, would I now please press the red button so another motion could be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Knirk for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if I know that our critical access hospitals run on razor-thin margins and they require a payer mix that includes private pay in order to maintain the revenue-losing services, such as 24-hour full-service emergency rooms and obstetrical services, which are critical, particularly in our rural areas. And if I know that skimming off those higher-paying patients would have a significant negative economic impact on our critical access hospitals, leading to closures of obstetrical services and of critical access hospitals, which are needed to provide timely care in our rural areas. And if I know that this bill will decrease access to health care and will not drive down the cost of health care, and if I know that this bill is actually thinly veiled protectionism for facilities that use just one business model, would I then press the green button to vote yes to support the 14-7 committee vote to ITL this bill? Thank you.
The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1044. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Do you want to change the outcome of this?
How's that? Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attain to the state of the vote.
You need to state the result first.
171 voting yea, 172 voting nay. The motion fails. For what reason did the member rise?
I move ought to pass on HB 1044.
The motion
Yes, sorry, with the minority amendment.
So we'll move ought to pass with the amendment, minority amendment.
So the minority amendment is
The minority amendment is 0991H, printed in House Record 10A, page 8. Are you ready for the question on the... For what reason does a member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move to lay the bill on the table.
That is a higher motion. The motion is to lay
And I request a division.
House Bill 1044 on the table. Somebody, Representative Blazek requested a roll call. That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1044. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Knirk for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know what I've already said about the fact that this is going to be harmful to our critical access hospitals, and while it is true that they did survive prior to this requirement in 2016, it's important to know, and if any of you have been dealing with your hospitals, you know that their survival is rather tenuous, and a lot of hospitals have closed. And if I know that skipping off these higher paid patients would be a problem, and that this bill, again, is a protectionist bill for a small business model and will harm others because they're not subjected to the same suspension, then would I then vote yes to table this and not go any further?
Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I believe it's wrong to hold some patients captive just so that we can have a certain patient mix, and if I believe some patients want more than the allotted time from the insurance companies so that they can more thoroughly discuss their treatment options with their patient, with their doctor, and come to a decision where they, as the payer, are the one in charge, would I then press the red button so we may continue?
The motion before us is to lay House Bill 1044 on the table. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Weston. Representative Weston. Nope.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 166 voting yea, 179 voting nay. The motion to table fails. We're back to the question on the amendment. I'll read it again. 0991H, printed in House Record 10A, page 8. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? A division, I believe I heard a division. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. Roll call has been requested by Representative Baldessaro. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
I have a feeling that they're going to, I don't know if they're going to speak against this afterward.
House will be in order. Members in your seats. The question before us is the amendment, minority amendment, to House Bill 1044. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Muirhead.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 333 voting yea, 10 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is the minority report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1044. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. I put the hammer down before. It was definitely an aye vote.
All right, so we have a debate on the amendment here. If the amendment fails, who wants to move to table?
Okay, so this is the amendment. If the amendment fails, you want to move to the table. Okay. For what reason does a member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
I move that we lay House Bill 1077 on the table and request a division vote.
It's not before us. You haven't said it yet.
I haven't read it yet, Representative.
Move things along.
Little premature. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elder Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1077, an act repealing the prohibition on conversion therapy for minors. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Mark Pearson from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Joe Shapiro from the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move to lay HB 1077 on the table.
Motion is in order. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1077. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Representative Baldessaro requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Prior one.
So it'll be
The motion before us is to lay House Bill 1077 on the table. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Joe Alexander for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the ban on conversion therapy was recently signed into law in 2018, just 4 years ago, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that according to the Trevor Project, LGBTQ youth who are subjected to conversion therapy were reported more than twice the rate of attempting suicide in the past year compared to those who are not. And Mr. Speaker, if I also know that any attempt to clarify the ban is an attempt to roll the ban back, would I then press the green button to table HB 1077? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Mark Pearson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I also know conversion therapy, as it has been defined again and again in my committee, is bad, and if I know that the amendment significantly rewrites the bill to make it compassionate and fair straight across the board, and if I know that I have received numbers of emails from people in the gay and transgender communities who have thanked me for this compassion, would I not want to hear about this amendment, this bill? So would I not suggest we press the red button and not table it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1077. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Nelson. Representative Porter.
all set, Mr. Speaker.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 197 voting yea, 147 voting nay. The motion to table House Bill 1077 passes. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1080, an act relative to the rights of conscience for medical professionals. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Mark Pearson from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Lucy Weber from the minority of the committee. The House will be in order. Chair recognizes Representative Weber to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is it protects those who do not want to participate in abortions or sterilization or artificial contraception from any discrimination in the workplace based on that decision. It's titled The Rights of Conscience for Medical Professionals. Now, I believe that rights of conscience should apply to all people. First, in this case, doctors and nurse practitioners already have protection of the AMA Code of Medical Ethics, and most employers make accommodation for those who object to certain procedures. Secondly, which means that for those medical professionals, the bill is not needed. Secondly, let's look at the terms of the bill. The definition of medical professional is so broad that it includes those who are manning the reception desk and those who clean the floor of a surgical suite. It's basically everyone who works in any kind of medical establishment. The definition is so broad that someone who wanted to act maliciously could seek employment at a reproductive health care center and then be hired and then assert their right of conscience. And what would happen then? Well, despite not doing the job for which they were hired, they could not be terminated because the bill says that termination constitutes discrimination. And what happens if you discriminate? The bill creates a new right of civil action, and the recovery against the health care center would be a minimum of $10,000 plus costs, even if the employee was perhaps asserting the privilege wrongly. That's a lot of burden on what are normally small businesses. But here's the part that I particularly object to in this bill. All persons should have a right to act in accordance with their conscience. And sometimes that's difficult. People have lost their jobs over it, and people have died for it. It isn't always easy. And in this case, what we are doing is, on the one hand, we are affording an absolute, guaranteed, clear, easy way for people who believe in one course of action to act in accordance with their conscience. They're protected. People who believe that as a medical professional, as an act of conscience, they must help a woman who is past 24 weeks of a problem pregnancy, who is making the most difficult decision she will ever make in her life with the help of her family and her medical professionals. Those medical professionals are currently legally forbidden for acting in accordance with their conscience. So, on the one hand, we have people whose consciences are protected, and on the other hand, we have people whose consciences have a legal barrier. That is just wrong. I ask you to press the red button so another motion can be made.
Representative Mark Pearson has requested a roll call. We're down to our last speaker. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This is going to be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. We're down to the last speaker. Chair recognizes Representative Mark Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conscience is a precious thing. I think most of us have seen the documentaries about the unspeakable things that doctors and their staffs were forced to do in Nazi Germany. And yet one hears that in numbers of states, medical people are forced to participate in a procedure that, as they and I understand it, is the taking of an innocent human life. There are numerous places where abortion is practiced, but as a small portion of what is being done. This bill would allow persons of conscience in this matter to keep their jobs there, not disrupting the facility, while allowing
the member will suspend. The member has a right to be heard. Member may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would allow persons of conscience in this matter to keep their jobs while allowing others to stand in for them in those procedures only. I've heard several objections to this bill. First, these protections are already there in law. If that's the case, then no one has anything to fear for us making it a bit more explicit, do they? We're not adding anything. We're just making these protections that we're told are already there in the law just a little bit more explicit. It's an abundance of caution, a phrase we've all been using. Second, we've been told no medical professional in New Hampshire has ever been put in job risk for that. You have not spoken to the people, I have. Next, during the hearing, I was asked, as prime sponsor of this bill, would I be willing to include other medical procedures and other kinds of professions? Thank you to my colleagues across the aisle for bringing that up. My response is, over the summer, I should be happy to work with my colleagues in my committee who pose these questions so we can file some bipartisan LSRs. Fourth, this bill is signed into law, the objections say, would lead to a reduction in the number of capable medical people coming to work here in New Hampshire, and thus our quality of care would suffer. We should discount such fear-mongering. The fact is, for many years, Massachusetts had a bill just like this, actually with tougher penalties, and yet continued to draw good people to practice medicine and was consistently rated as having one of high quality. I've discovered that states with laws like the one proposed here have drawn many quite capable pro-life medical staff. Maybe even we would get better for allowing such conscience here. And finally, it was suggested that an individual might join the staff of a facility where abortion is the main procedure performed, and then once there, start asserting rights of conscience. It does not take much mental acuity to know that no pro-life person would choose to work at such a place. I close with a quote about Nazi Germany, made by Martin Niemöller, a German Lutheran pastor, about how people of conscience have to stand up for each other even if their issues differ. These are the words that are found on the U.S. Holocaust Memorial. First, they, meaning Nazis, came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me.
The member will suspend for a minute. I think the testimony is getting a little bit off base. if we could bring it back to the bill itself.
Yes, sir. People of conscience, Mr. Speaker, need to stand together, and I ask people to stand with me on this, because there may well be a time next time when I'm being asked to stand with you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass. This is a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is a majority report of ought to pass on House Bill 1080. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that our Constitution tells us that rights ought to be reciprocal, and I know that to favor the rights of conscience of one group of people over the rights of conscience of another group of people is just wrong, would I press the red button?
House will be in order. Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know an aspiring doctor, nurse, or other healthcare professional has very little say in what procedures they participate in, and no law to cite today if they're asked to violate their conscience by terminating what they believe to be an innocent life. And if I know that potential care providers decide early when they decide to take pre-med classes or not, what path they're going to go down. And we don't know how many future nurses, doctors, and other healthcare professionals don't enter this profession because they're afraid that they may have to violate their conscience in this way. And if I know if those tasked to do no harm should not have to undergo harm themselves in order to do their job, would I then press the green button in order to pass this bill?
The motion before us is a majority report of ought to pass on House Bill 1080. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 175 voting yea, 165 voting nay. The committee report is adopted.
Okay, so
For a reason, does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the very prescient remarks of the last debate be published in the Permanent Journal.
The motion is to publish the remarks of the last debate in the Permanent Journal. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. Marks will be printed.
Hold on, sorry. Okay. So, the amendment, the committee amendment, Pearson wants to speak against it. Gould wants a roll call on it, and then we have PIs. Against the amendment, yep.
Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1180, an act relative to state recognition of biological sex. When considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Dennis Acton for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Jerry Cannon for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0959H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 17.
Mr. Speaker.
What reason does the member rise?
For a motion,
State your motion.
I move to lay House Bill 1180 on the table.
Well, you give me a minute to announce it first, please. Thank you. That is a proper motion. A roll call has been requested by Representative Greason. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. This is a roll call vote. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1180. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Cannon for a parliamentary input.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, fellow representatives, over the past 3 years, we have heard a bill.
Representative, this is a parliamentary inquiry.
If I know over the past 3 years, we have heard similar bills about transgender people in sports. In the past 2 years, those bills have gone nowhere. Because if I know that the transgender population and the medical staff working with them, as well as our school systems and even the collegiate environment, are making changes to the policies that allow transgender girls to work, to play, and to work with other transgender and other straight girls. Would you please vote with me and table this bill? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Mark Pearson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that 60 years ago, Title IX was put into law so that girls could compete with boys, women with men, in a much more equal way than they had before. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that we are seeing an increased amount, every time this bill comes by, there's more and more and more cases of champion girls who are now losing to people who, as on male teams, didn't win much at all. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill is not telling schools what to do, but allowing them to have their local decisions, would I now not press the button against tabling? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is a tabling motion on House Bill 1180. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attain to the state of the vote. 167 voting yea, 169 voting nay. The tabling motion fails. We're back to the amendment, which is 0959H, printed in House Record 10A, page 17. The chair recognizes Representative Mark Pearson to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When this amendment was first crafted, it represented knowledge that we had, having spoken to correctional officials. And since then, however, we have learned that in a few places around the country, certain laws have been put in place. And with that has come the kind of problems that occur when fixed laws replace flexible policies. We want to preserve what we have now in New Hampshire with our flexibility because one size does not fit all. Inadvertently, the amendment will weaken this. We've just discovered this, and so I am strongly suggesting we vote no on this amendment.
Representative Gould has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question before us is the adoption of the amendment 0959H. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Mark Pearson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and pardon me for the confusion. Once again, my PI is if I know that the amendment when we first put it together was brilliant, and if I know subsequent knowledge that has come to us have said that this could be counterproductive, would I not press the red button against the amendment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Gay for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the goal of this amendment is to protect women's sports, and if I know this bill without the amendment could allow carding or blocking trans people from public bathrooms, and if I know this bill without the amendment could also complicate the job of New Hampshire corrections, who already must follow federal requirements for safe incarceration, under the Prison Rape Elimination Act of 2003, or PREA as they call it, and if I know that women and girls participating in sports with trans women, teens, and adults deserve to compete against people whose transition started before they reached male strength, as advocated by Caitlyn Jenner, then wouldn't I support this amendment by pressing the green button? I request a division vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the vote on the amendment 0959H to House Bill 1180. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Nelson. I'm sorry, Representative Jody Nelson. Thank you. Representative Egan. If you let it stand, it fails. If you
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend the state of the vote. The amendment fails. We're moving. The question now is on ought to pass. The majority of ought to pass. Chair recognizes Representative Tanner.
You thought you were through with me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess they're coming for me. So this bill is all about discrimination, plain and simple. The few transgender children who participate in sports vary in athletic ability, size, shape, and as much as other youth do. Some youth have outstanding athletic ability, some not so much. Gender identity shouldn't play a role in the opportunities that we give students in all activities and courses we offer in school, including sports. There are governing bodies at all levels of sports competition that regulate seasons, rules, and eligibility to participate in sports. At our high school level in New Hampshire, it is part of the New Hampshire Interscholastic Athletic Association. This association that oversees all high school competition in the state has concluded that it would be fundamentally unjust and contrary to applicable state and federal laws to preclude a student from participation on a gender-specific sports team that is consistent with the public gender identity of that student in his or her school and community. Local schools are charged with verifying that the school district has determined that the expression of the student's gender identity is bona fide and not for the purpose of gaining an unfair advantage in competitive sports. If you think a high school boy would suddenly put on a skirt and try out for a girls' team, it doesn't happen in high school. I taught in high school for 30 years. School sports at all levels should be centered on inclusion, education, and participation. There's ample evidence that an opportunity for adolescents to participate in sports results in positive outcomes such as better grades, better work in class, self-discipline, higher educational and occupational aspirations, and improved self-esteem. Youth learn a lot of lessons in sports. I coached for many years. They learn to get better, to have a role on a team. They learn sportsmanship, leadership, hard work, and they learn to be gracious in winning and to be resilient in the face of defeat, which some of us could take a little lesson on. This is all discrimination, okay? It's not about safety issue. I taught for a long time co-ed high school physical education, and for over 30 years I had no concerns with safety. It's not about co-ed competition. We had co-ed competition in classes, and there were as many girls that did well as boys. It's not about fairness, which is an elusive term when your tallest basketball player on my team was 5'4" and the other team had a 6-foot center. Because there will be differences and not related to gender identity. It's not about winning and losing, because eventually you meet some team or person who will be better than you, worked harder, or just had a lucky day. NCAA and the Olympic Committee, where competition is a little bit higher, have other rules and regulations, but they also let transgender people identify and play in sports. So this bill is giving permission to schools and governmental agencies, this bill, to deny a young person the ability to participate based on their gender identity, their authentic self, who they think they are, how they feel. And that is wrong to deny that. As a country, as New Hampshire, we have made our non-discrimination laws a statement that how New Hampshire treats people in protected classes, and transgender people are in a protected class. I believe that discrimination is wrong and that everybody should have the ability to succeed in our public schools and life. Everybody. Don't come for them. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had an amendment that took away 2/3 of a very bad bill, but that failed, so I'll tell you about the 2/3 of the very bad bill that remain. One of the areas that people would be allowed to assign people only to their biological sex, if they chose to do that, is in the prison system. And the rationale for that was transgender women who had not completed their transition being in prison with females. So here's the problem. What we should be doing for our prison population is making sure that absolutely everyone is safe, every single prisoner. We know that because we just had the bill about the Youth Development Center. We need to keep everybody safe. And the way of doing that is not assigning somebody who is partway through a transition from male to female back to a male prison. That's not safe. The other thing is that it is not fair to put all the burden of safety on transgender people. What we ought to be doing in the prisons is to ensure the safety of all the prisoners, and that is being worked on with prison policies and their policies of how people are housed, which takes into account and recognizes their gender identity without forcing them to relinquish it. So that's, we had very strong language from both, I believe, somebody who is a superintendent of corrections in one of the counties and also from the Department of Corrections at the state level, that the provisions of this bill are going to make their lives infinitely more difficult. So that's one thing. The other section that's still in the bill is the inclusion of what was called areas of intimate privacy. You know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like a bathroom bill. Do you remember what happened in North Carolina when North Carolina passed a bathroom bill? It wasn't pretty. People actually pulled out athletic competitions and all kinds of other things because they had gone down that road. And I know that people are going to tell me, well, this just permits people to do it, it doesn't require. But here's the rub with that. If you permit people to discriminate in all three of these areas, sports, prisons, and places of intimate privacy, then a transgender person who is assigned unfairly to a place for their biological sex will no longer have the protections against discrimination that they now have because we just removed them in this bill. And there will be no recourse for them. So for those reasons, because this bill is now back to its original and exceedingly flawed form, I ask you to press the red button and ITL so that another motion can be made. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
No.
Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Cannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So what is our purpose here? Are we putting in legislation to control a very small portion of our population? Our transgender population for everyone is about 1/3 of 1% of our entire population. Of that, only about 500 members are students. Most of those students are there to get an education. Very few of them are there to participate in sports. And it's very rare when one of those students is a superstar. I understand we have a need to make sports fair between transgender girls and cis girls is the terminology. Our schools are aware of this. The agencies, the athletic associations are aware of this. The IOC and the NCAA are aware of this. And they've been putting in place policies to help both the transgender girls and the straight girls play in the same sports. In the medical community, they've identified medication that allows students, it allows people to block the hormones of students, of young people, from proceeding through puberty. These transgender girls who are taking these puberty-blocking drugs grow at the same rate as their girlfriends in the community. They don't grow to be the same as every other male. Most of these girls won't start estrogen therapy until they're 18 years old. Up until that time, they won't have testosterone in their system. They won't be growing at the same rate as other boys. They won't have some of the impact as far as their skeletal strength and muscular structure as other boys. There are a number of organizations that are defining what the policies are for transgender girls in sports. First off, in the school system, the New Hampshire School Board Association has put policies in place for transgender girls to be in school systems to get an education just like everyone else. They don't touch on sports. The sports area is left up to the New Hampshire Interscholastic Athletic Association. That association has defined a rule that a transgender student that wants to play in sports needs to be registered as a girl or a boy, depending on the gender they identify as, at the beginning of entering high school, with the full support of their parents and a plan for them to grow. If they are participating in sports on a girls' sports team, they have to stay participating on a girls' sports team. If they grow and they're participating on a boys' sports team, they have to stay on a boys' sports team. They can't cross over between those two genders. In the NCAA, they just released in February a policy concerning transgender girls in sports in the collegiate and intercollegiate environment. Even the IOC, the Olympic Committee, has similar policies. These policies require that a transgender athlete has to start getting tested for their testosterone levels so that they may compete at the same level as other girls. That policy has just gone into place, and it's going to start with 1 test a year, and it's going to go next year to 2 tests a year. So they're going to keep track of the hormone levels to make sure they're providing a safe environment for transgender girls or women and other women in the sports environment. These are only a few of the organizations that are working with the transgender community to provide a level playing field for the environment in which they work and play in. This bill that's been introduced is on the bleeding edge, or the leading edge, of what is already happening in other places. And if we implement this bill, it's ignoring that this work is already being done in other areas. And it may be more appropriate to be done by other associations and organizations that are working with transgender people, rather than putting in something into statute that will negatively affect future transgender women or transgender men that are just trying to live their life like everyone else on a level playing field. Please vote red on this bill. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
No.
Member does not yield. We're down to the final speaker. This is Representative Gould has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. For what reason does the member rise?
I'd like to make a motion.
State your motion.
Table.
We have had intervening business, so the motion's in order.
The motion is in order.
We've had
We've had intervening business, so the motion is in order.
The motion is to table. So it's cool. So Leon will do the PI. Representative Mullen, you're doing the PI? Okay, so Mullen will go first, and then Leon. I would just explain the situation. We have that on this.
House will come to order. We have a request for a roll call by Representative Baldessaro. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote on the tabling motion. That is what is before us now. The House will come to order. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1180. The chair recognizes Representative Mullen for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that since the last tabling motion, this bill has changed tremendously and that it now includes safety issues in prison, privacy issues in bathrooms, as well as global discrimination issues, and if I believe that tabling this bill sends a message to New Hampshire about our position on discrimination, would I please press the green button in favor of the tabling motion? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that NCAA and Olympic standards for transgendered athletes require the recognition of biologic sex in order to respect the rights of the transgender athletes and those whom they compete with, and if I know that circuit court rulings have hinged upon whether or not the law in a particular state recognizes the state's role in recognizing biologic sex in order to make these distinctions, would I then press the green button to sorry, the red button, thank you. Sorry. Would I then press the red button in order to allow our state to continue to recognize biologic sex so that we can make sure that we are not discriminating against people and we can recognize their unique individuality and their specific needs?
It is a parliamentary inquiry. The motion before us is the tabling motion on HB 1180. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 175 voting yea, 167 voting nay. The tabling motion passes. The sandwiches are all set downstairs. The New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association has graciously stepped forward to sponsor our meal option this evening. Let's take a moment to thank them. I'm not done. We have a variety of sandwiches and wraps from the Works Cafe in Concord downstairs in the cafeteria. We also have chips and cookies. Again, we ask you to only take one portion at a time to ensure everyone at least gets one, and then go back for seconds. Important, please enter the kitchen on the side of the cafeteria to get your food. Then you can make your way to the dining area, members' lounge, or any other area to eat your sandwich. Having dinner is meant to keep you here. Please be back here by 6:45. Order. Members, take your seats.
Representative Pearson is going to move to table this first one. Might be a good idea for
Members, take your seats. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1347, an act relative to licensing requirements for healthcare facilities that operate on a membership-based business model. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Leah Cushman for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jerry Knirk for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
Move to table.
The motion is proper. The motion before us now is to table House Bill 1347. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and 1347 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1369, an act relative to COVID-19 health and safety policies at New Hampshire performing art venues. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Jerry Knirk from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report with the following resolution, resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Leah Cushman from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Cushman.
I'd like to make a motion.
For what? State your motion.
I would like to motion to table 1369.
That is a correct motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1369. A division has been requested. Members, roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1369. This is going to be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Blazek for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that there is nothing in statute that currently prevents anything that this bill seeks to codify, and if I know that we should not waste our time on unnecessary legislation that does nothing more than add new laws to the books with no purpose, and if I know that performing arts venues have been setting their own COVID policies this entire time, I would now vote green to table this bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Knurk for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that it is true that facilities, venues can do this, but they have been challenged with people saying that you do not have the right to set your own protocols, and them setting their own safety protocols for the safety of their patrons and for their employees is a business decision which they should be allowed to make on their own. And if I know that if they do not honor the requests of the artist, that artist can take their business to another venue, perhaps across the border to a southern state just bordering us to the south, and we lose that business. And if I know that many patrons will feel much more comfortable to go into a setting if they do know that their safety is being respected, and therefore it can be a marketing move in addition to their own independent business decision. And if I know that what this bill does then is affirms the fact that they do have the authority to set their own business policies with regard to various protocols for protection for communicable diseases, would I then vote against this tabling motion? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1369. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 177 voting yea, 146 voting nay. House Bill 1369 is laid on the table. For what reason does the member rise?
I would like to make a motion.
We have nothing in front of us yet.
It's to bring something up. I would like to motion to print the remarks on House Bill 1180
I'm sorry, to put the remarks,
in the permanent journal.
which one, for what?
For House Bill 1180.
House Bill 1180? The motion is to put the remarks for House Bill 1180 in the permanent journal.
It's the biological section we did a little after. He wants to put the debate in front of House Bill 1180, print remarks. You're on. Do you have the print remarks already up there?
The motion before us is to print the remarks from the debate on House Bill 1180 in the permanent journal. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to print the remarks of House Bill 1180 in the permanent journal. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Dolan. Representative Dolan. Representative Piamonte. Representative LaFlamme. Representative Massimilla. Thumb up or thumb down, please. Thank you. All set, Mr. Speaker. All set, Mr. Speaker.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 183 voting yea, 150 voting nay. The marks will be printed. No debate. Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1379, Act relative to the Department of Health and Human Services rulemaking authority regarding immunization requirements. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Jim Colflat for the committee. The amendment is 0844H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 54 and 55. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question before the House now is on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1379. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor? Vision has been requested. Members, take your seats. Who requested a roll call? Senator Blazek requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Are you doing a PI, Representative? Representative Knirk, are you doing a PI? Clear. Jesus Christ. So Knirk and Leah.
My apologies. I forgot that I was not number two.
Wait. Not yet.
Oh, not yet.
The motion before us is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Knirk for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill removes the authority of the Commissioner of DHHS to be able to add by rule various immunizations that may be necessary to be done, and that's done very rarely. It's only been 3 over about 20 years, and the last one was done in 2003, so it is not something that is done in a lighthearted fashion. And if I know that the commissioner doesn't do this on their own, but instead they do it in consultation with the epidemiologists, many other people, and national guidelines, would I then vote against this bill so that we could maintain the policy that we have had of having the commissioner have the flexibility to be able to respond to public health issues as needed? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that today childhood immunizations are split between laws and rules, and what this bill does, as amended, is to provide a pathway so that all the mandated vaccines will come to a vote of the legislature, and if I know that this preserves a pathway for a one-time permission for 20 months for anything that is voted on and approved by the Oversight Committee so that we can respond to emergencies, would I then press the green button to pass this bill?
The motion before us is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1379. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Woodcock.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 169 voting yea, 164 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1409, Act relative to the age at which a minor may receive a mental health treatment without parental consent. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Lucy Weber for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Mark Pearson for the minority of the committee.
I rise to table the bill.
Okay, you weren't, I did know what you were looking for. So you make a motion to table. Senator Pearson has made a motion to table House Bill 1409. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1409. The chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we earlier today discussed how vulnerable children are when they're sitting in a therapist's office, and we respected that vulnerability, and if I know that parents should be involved in the therapy of their children and to at least know if their child is seeing a therapist, and if I believe that this interferes with not only parental rights but family relationships, would I press the green button to table this bill?
Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I agree that parents should be involved, but I know that there are many parents who are either disengaged or unable to engage and do not look after their children, and if I know that by age 16 a minor can consent to sexual activity, much as we wish they wouldn't, and to be treated for a sexually transmitted disease and treated for drug abuse and substance abuse, and if I know it makes no sense to wait till a minor is addicted before we give them help, so it would be better to allow them mental health treatment where a counselor might help them connect with their family and repair the damage to the family structure, would I now push the red button to allow this bill, which passed the committee with a bipartisan majority, to go forward? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the tabling motion on House Bill 1409. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. (171) voting yea, 163 voting nay. House Bill 1409 is laid on the table.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, on this one, we have a majority amendment. No
What reason did the member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move to remove HB 1264 from the table, and I request a roll call.
That's the ranked choice for anyone.
She wants to remove it from the table?
Yep. 1264, removed from table. It's from election law, Mr. Speaker. Ranked choice for anyone. Sure did. You want to just read it? PI against? PI against?
You have an inquiry, Representative?
She's requested a roll call, so we need to see if that's sufficiently seconded.
A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to remove House Bill 1264 from the table. The motion before us is to remove House Bill 1264 from the table. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Reed for a parliamentary inquiry. Okay. Both have waived off the parliamentary inquiries. We will go right to the vote. If you're in favor of removing 1264 from the table, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Peterson.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 116 voting yea, 219 voting nay. 1264 stays on the table.
Back to this one. So no debate on the majority amendment there. She's going to offer the minority amendment if she speaks.
Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1439, an act relative to hospital visitation policies. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Erica Leon from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment, recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Lucy Weber for the minority of the committee. Majority committee amendment is 1029H, printed in House Record 10A, page 59. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the majority amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Weber to offer a minority amendment 0946H printed in House Record 10A, page 60.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all agree, and we heard heartrending stories, and all of us have life experiences that lead us to the conclusion that everyone who is in hospital deserves the support and care of their loved ones. And we worked very hard on this bill, and we worked collaboratively on this bill, and we came together on a lot of things. So I thank my colleagues for that. The problem is that what we didn't agree on, first of all, we agreed that a policy should be in the patient's Bill of Rights, that it should be the right of the patient to have their loved ones with them when they're in a facility. And we agreed that we would keep the language from the original bill that balances the rights of one patient to have the support and care of their family or loved ones with the rights of every other patient to also have appropriate care, appropriate infection control, and appropriate support that they need. So the bill contains a set of balances that the presence of visitors has to be medically and therapeutically indicated, that the presence of visitors will not interfere with the care of others, that visitors engaging disruptive and threatening or violent behavior can be excluded, and visitors non-compliant with hospital policy can be included. That's in both bills. That's the balancing that is important. Here's where the amendments differ. In my amendment, those considerations are put just in the patient's Bill of Rights. In the amendment you just passed, they are also put into the hospital licensing, the facility licensing statute. So when in the course of a terrible pandemic or other horrible emergency, the hospital has to balance these rights, and the amendment we just passed also requires that whenever a visitor is denied access, it must be carefully charted into the medical records. So at a time when resources are scarce and risks are high, we are using valuable medical time to deal with charting instead of caring for patients. And at a time when hospitals are having to make the most difficult of critical decisions, we are putting their license on the line if they get it wrong. So I believe that the appropriate thing is to give the rights to the patient in the patient's Bill of Rights, protecting the rights of all patients, and simply leave it there and adopt the minority amendment by pressing the green button. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Walpole is right that it is good to be able to have patients have visitors. It is good for their health, it is good for their outcome, and it is good for their family members that don't know if they'll ever see them again. In committee, we heard people here in New Hampshire that were unable to see their daughters that were my age, and those daughters died of COVID in the hospital. It was worse that nobody knew what to expect. You didn't know what the visitation policies were. You couldn't find them. You didn't know what was going on, why you would be denied, and what was happening with your loved one. The two differences we have are we put it in the licensing statute with the majority amendment that we've already adopted. And we make it so that there'll be a documentation so that we know why it's been denied. It's easy enough to, when you're saying that the patient coded, say the patient coded and we ask the family to leave. It's a small change. If you have a significant medical event, you're already documenting it in the paperwork. And this protects both the patients and their access to their family members and the hospitals if somebody's aggrieved. And let's be honest, these times are trying. We've all been trying to survive these last 2 years with as little harm as possible. If we defeat this amendment and stay with the majority amendment that we've already adopted, they will have to have their policies online and on the wall of every patient room, so that when the patient is upset or a visitor is upset if they have to leave, the provider can say right here, I'm sorry, but this is a risk to another patient's rights, and so we need to ask you to leave. We'll have transparency, we'll have clarity, and we can move on with the business of healing. So I ask you to vote against this amendment and press the red button.
Does the member yield to questions?
Yes.
Member yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. This is something near and dear to my heart as the Chairman of Veterans Affairs. Are you aware that here in New Hampshire, we had family members outside the VA home, knowing that their family member had COVID, was dying, and could not go in, would not let them wear a mask? They had to stay outside while their member died. Are you aware of that?
Thank you for the question. I was not aware of that happening at the VA, but I know that that happened in many hospitals throughout our state.
The question before us is minority amendment on House. Who requested a roll call? Senator Blazek requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the minority amendment 0946H. The chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that no one is arguing that people should be excluded from supporting their loved ones, and if I know that the terms of these two amendments are basically the same, except for the extra burdens put on a healthcare facility at a time of emergency, when resources are scarce, personnel is scarce, time is scarce, and extra burdens will result in bad health outcomes to some of the patients. Would I now push the green button to support this amendment? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the patient's Bill of Rights already protects the right to have a visitor when death is imminent, but that was not always granted, and if I know that a law without teeth is only a suggestion, and if I know that while a large step, putting this in the licensing statute, may actually guarantee that the hospitals are transparent about the policies, would I then press the red button?
The motion before us is the Minority Amendment 0946H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Herbert. Representative Chrétien, thank you.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 158 voting yea, 177 voting nay. Minority amendment fails. Now the question is on ought to pass as amended for House Bill 1439. The chair recognizes Representative Weber.
I'll waive off.
Representative Weber waves off. Representative Leon waves off. The question now before us is the ought to pass as amended motion, majority a motion, on House Bill 1439. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1455, an act relative to state enforcement of federal vaccine mandates. Consider the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Mark Pearson from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jerry Knirk from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Knirk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it is with trepidation, but also with respect, that I rise to speak against your bill. At the hearing, a conflict caused by this bill was identified, but it was never addressed in the committee process. HB 1455 prohibits the state of New Hampshire and any of its subdivisions from assisting in the enforcement of any federal order, rule, or law which requires a person to submit proof of vaccination against COVID-19 as a condition of employment. But this creates a conflict for the Department of Health and Human Services, because DHHS is a state agency and it is responsible for confirming that health care facilities are in compliance with federal mandates as part of the accreditation process of a health care facility. And this includes compliance with the CMS mandate requiring COVID-19 vaccination of healthcare workers. So prohibiting DHHS from doing their duty of accrediting healthcare facilities, that'll have impacts. It'll lead to a loss of accreditation of facilities. That leads to a loss of reimbursement from CMS for Medicaid and for Medicare patients, and ultimately for termination from Medicare and Medicaid programs. And remember, Medicaid provides the majority of funding for our nursing homes. It will also lead to loss of payment from private insurers. The reason is they don't pay unaccredited facilities. The loss of reimbursements will require the state of New Hampshire or our counties or both to backfill hundreds of millions of dollars in funding to keep our hospitals and nursing homes open. Now, on January 13, the U.S. Supreme Court upheld the CMS mandate for the vaccination of healthcare workers. They stayed the lower court injunction, and if you read the text of their decision, they make it really, really clear that they support the CMS vaccine mandate. If it makes it through some appeal process and comes to them, they will still support it. But furthermore, there have been no appeals to that Supreme Court decision in the 2 months that have elapsed since that time. So it stands. I do not think that the state of New Hampshire should place itself and our counties in the position of needing to backfill hundreds of millions of dollars of funding to keep our hospitals and nursing homes open. So I would encourage you to press the red button to vote no on HB 1455 so another motion can be brought forth. And I would request a division vote and perhaps also your forgiveness.
We are down to the last speaker. Representative Blazek has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Mark Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and might I add, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The balance of power and responsibility between the federal government and the states has often tilted against that wonderful balance enshrined in the 10th Amendment. In the 19th century, some northern states passed personal liberty laws which made it illegal for citizens of their states to help enforce the federal Fugitive Slave Act. And in our day, some states, perhaps different from us in their political beliefs, have claimed the right to be sanctuary states and thus banned cooperation with federal authorities regarding illegal immigrants. I've heard this commended yesterday by members of the party across the aisle. If we agree with them and such states then and now, not so much exactly on the specific topic, but on the idea of saying no, then the legitimacy of a mandated lack of cooperation we should understand is the motivation behind this bill. I know that some other states have similarly asserted rights on this very subject matter contained in this absolutely wonderful, brilliantly conceived, and incredibly written bill. And they've not lost federal reimbursement for Medicare or Medicaid. And in terms of what the Supreme Court might do, in 1997, the Supreme Court ruled in Prince versus the United States that Congress cannot make the states enforce the federal Brady gun control law, which attempted to require local sheriffs or police to carry out background checks for the federal government. I recommend we pass this bill and stand with other states, progressive, conservative, and in between, so that the movement to reset the balance between the federal government and the individual states can continue to grow. I think we should stand together with all these other states that are saying to the federal government, we are proudly American, but back off. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority report of order pass on House Bill 1455. This is going to be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the majority report of order pass on House Bill 1455. The chair recognizes Representative Knirk for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill will prohibit the Department of Health and Human Services from accrediting our health care facilities, And if I know that that loss of accreditation will place in jeopardy the facility revenues from Medicare, Medicaid, and private insurers. And if I know that the loss of revenue will require the state and the counties to backfill a couple of $100 million annually just to keep our hospitals and nursing homes open. And if I know that it might be a bit of a stretch to compare slavery with immunization, would I then please press the red button to vote no, on the OTP, no on the OTP, red button, so that another motion could be brought forth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the powers of the federal government are limited to those delegated by the Constitution, and if I know that states have successfully asserted their right to determine policy on things ranging from fugitive slaves to immigration policy to these very same COVID policies we discuss here, and if I want to reiterate the statement that New Hampshire will not be blackmailed, would I then press the green button?
House will be in order. The motion before us is a majority report of ought to pass on House Bill 1455. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
We're in the voting mode. Representative Gotling.
Will all members present have an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 174 voting yea, 159 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1481. I'm already reading the report right now, so
Pardon me?
let me finish reading the report. An act repealing the statute relative to medical freedom and immunizations, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Zenervica Leon for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee. Having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Joe Shapiro for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
Table the bill.
Senator Mark Pearson moves that we table House Bill 1481. Representative Blazek has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1481.
This is his tabling motion, so she's going to go first and then Shapiro.
Okay. The chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that by tabling this bill, we will protect the Medical Freedom and Immunizations Law, which we passed last year, and if I know that this law protected New Hampshire from mandating and then walking back vaccine mandates like we've seen in places to our south, would I then press the green button to protect the fundamental human right to give informed consent for any medical procedure?
Chair recognizes Representative Shapiro for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Medical Freedom and Immunization Act will exclude critical public health measures if there should be another deadly surge of COVID-19, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that it is time to end the partisan bickering and find a reasonable balance between personal choice and public health or the common good, then would I push the red button so the tabling motion can be defeated and we can debate this issue? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1481. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative McLean, Representative Gordon. It's too late. I need a thumb up or a thumb down. Representative McLean, same thing. Representative Bailey, thank you. All set, Mr. Speaker.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 175 voting yea, 156 voting nay. House Bill 1481 is laid on the table. Majority Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1495 FN, an act relative to vaccine mandates for government contractors. Been considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Dennis Acton for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Lucy Weber from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1013H, printed in House Record 10A, page 66. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Weber.
Okay, into the weeds we go. The bill is filed to forbid the state or any of its political subdivisions, so your towns, your county, nursing homes, all of that stuff, from enforcing any federal vaccine mandates with respect to government people receiving government contracts. And immediately, thank you. Immediately, when we started listening to this, we ran up to the usual problem. One of the things that the state might be doing is the licensing of hospitals and nursing homes, and they are contracted with the federal government to enforce certain federal mandates because of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid. And the majority amendment actually recognizes this might be a problem and carved that out as an exception to their amendment. So that was a plus with the amendment. On the other hand, the amendment also broadened the state's prohibition from enforcing any mandate or seeing any documentation on any business at all in the state of New Hampshire. The concern that I have with that is that we already knew there was a problem in one healthcare area with that, and we on the Health and Human Services Committee do not know what other conflicts we are creating with the breadth of this bill as it was amended, or what is going to come to bite us in the future. So I ask that you press the red button to defeat the ought to pass with amendment, get us out of what might be a lot of unintended consequences so another motion can be made. Thank you.
We are down to the last speaker. Representative Blazek has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This is going to be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we all know that last fall a lot of bills were filed because we weren't sure what this year would bring. This amendment distills down a bill that was filed to some of the very core ideas. The fact that the state should not be requiring businesses to act as their enforcement arm. This doesn't prohibit businesses from making their own choice. And those businesses that have different rules or regulations upon them probably have a reason to check on their own so that they can comply with whatever they believe is in their best interest. What this bill's amendment does is it says that the state and any subdivision can't require a business to check for vaccination except for the childhood immunization rules. Because if we ban that, we'd get rid of childcare, and we don't want to do that. It also says that we can't ask a business to check for documentation of vaccination status. So we don't end up in the situation where in New York City, McDonald's was turning away customers from eating inside the building because they weren't vaccinated. And we have a carve-out here. We do have a carve-out that says that this shall not apply to state agencies certifying a medical facility or provider which is subject to a valid and enforceable Medicaid or Medicare condition of participation that imposes a vaccination requirement. This bill is simple. It makes it so that businesses won't be the enforcement arm of the state. So I ask that you pass this bill by pressing the green button.
Motion before us is to ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1445. This is a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass as amended on 1445. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill is originally filed dealt only with folks with government contracts, and that the amendment broadened it to include any business in the state, and if I know that we already found one problem that was fixed in an amendment, but we don't know what other problems lurk out there because people didn't have notice to come and tell us about them, would I now press the red button so another motion could be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Mark Peterson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that overburdening businesses with being state enforcement agencies and that a state-mandated banning of individuals seeking to enter commercial establishments has not worked well at all in those states that decreed those mandates, and if I know that the amendment to this bill, which we just passed, has made it such that we will now be voting only on commercial facilities and not on medical ones, would I not now press the green button to ensure a good balance between freedom and responsibility? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is a majority report as amended on House Bill 1445. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 179 voting yea, 153 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred, CACR 18. House will be in order. An act relating to reproductive medical decisions, providing that the state shall not infringe or unduly inconvenience the right of reproductive medical decisions. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Janine Notter for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Rebecca Macbeth for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to table this bill.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table CACR 18. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to table CACR 18. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Notter for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill will take 2/3 of those present and voting to pass, and Mr. Speaker, if I also know that we're not likely to get that, so let's just save some time and press the green button and table this. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Khoury for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I believe reproductive justice, meaning that all people regarding of race, class, or gender have the right to make autonomous reproductive decisions and should have the resources and support to do so, and if I know that the Vermont House recently moved to put protections for reproductive rights into their state constitution, and with attacks on both the national and state level, we must protect this human right. If I know that the overwhelming number of New Hampshire constituents, regardless of political party, are pro-reproductive freedom and deserve to weigh in on this topic, would I go ahead and vote against the tabling motion? Thank you.
The motion before us is the table CACR 18. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to state of the vote. 175 voting yea, 157 voting nay. CACR 18 is laid on the table. House will be in order. Majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1014, an act allowing public meetings to be conducted virtually. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Mark McLean for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Alexis Simpson for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
A motion to table.
It is a proper motion. The motion was to table House Bill 1014. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to table 1014, House Bill 1014. Chair recognizes Representative Turcott for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that under rare circumstances, our current RSAs allow a public body to permit a member of that body, on a rare exception, to participate by electronic means, and if I also know that the changes proposed in HB 1014 contain new provisions that would make the 91A RSAs cumbersome, inefficient, and in most cases, completely unworkable in both small and large public bodies, and if I also know that in-person, face-to-face meetings by the public body as well as the in-person participation by the public for hundreds of years has been and should continue to be the predominant way of conducting the people's business, would I now press the green button and support the majority recommendation of ITL? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes.
Table.
Chair recognizes Representative Page for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that HB 1014 will promote citizen engagement with their local government officials and therefore strengthen our representative democracy by allowing them to participate remotely in public meetings, an incredibly popular idea among Granite Staters, and if I further know that this bill protects local control by simply providing guidance and not a requirement for a government body seeking to implement a remote option, would I then press the red button and allow for a debate to occur? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the tabling motion on House Bill 1014. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 175 voting yea, 155 voting nay. House Bill 1014 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1073, an act repealing the right to know exemption for attorney-client work product. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Kurt Walper for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Rebecca Macbeth for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0689H, printed in House Record 10A, page 10. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1101, an act relative to a forfeiture of personal property. Consider the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Mike Sylvia for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Douglas Trotter for the minority of the committee. The motion before us is ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The committee report is adopted. Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1107, an act establishing a committee to study the rental or lease of housing to a person who has pets. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Joe Alexander for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Horrigan to speak against the committee report. Also be in order. The House will be in order. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move to lay HB 1107 on the table.
That is a higher priority motion. The motion is to lay House Bill 1107 on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1107 is laid on the table. House will be in order. Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1133, an act prohibiting the termination of a lease during the sale of real property. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Joel Alexander for the committee. The motion before us is the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. The House will be in order. Majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1200, an act relative to notice of rent increases in residential rental property. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Michael Sylvia for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Marjorie Smith for the minority of the committee. What reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
A motion to table.
It is a proper motion. The motion to table has been made for House Bill 1200. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Aye. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1200 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1291, an act prohibiting discrimination against tenants holding certain vouchers for purposes of renting dwellings. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Joel Alexander from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Cam Kenny for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
To table.
It's a proper motion. The motion to table House Bill 1291. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Okay. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1291. Chair recognizes Representative McLean for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that New Hampshire is hip deep in the middle of a huge housing crisis, if I know that we need to be encouraging more landlords to enter into the market and not placing new burdens that would push them out of the market, And if I know that HB 1291 would forcibly drive all landlords into participating in the federal Section 8 housing voucher program, whether they wanted to or not, and thus require that they unwillingly enter into contracts that they had no say in, and if I believe that that would actually reduce the housing inventory, would I now press the green button to table this bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Marjorie Smith for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Knowing that there are at least a few bills that are too important to dismiss by tabling, and Mr. Speaker, knowing that the Section 8 housing program makes it possible for people who could not otherwise have access to decent housing, and knowing that for landlords it's a guarantee that they're going to be paid because the money comes not necessarily from the tenant but from the government, would I now vote no on tabling so this body could take one small step to help address the problems of housing in this state?
The motion before us is the tabling motion on House Bill 1291. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Toll. Representative McWilliams. Representative McWilliams.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 179 voting yea, 148 voting nay. House Bill 1291 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1389 FN, an act establishing a Superior Court land use review docket. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation to bill be referred for interim study. Senator Marjorie Smith for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, will report with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Mark McLean from the minority of the committee. The motion before us is the committee report referred for interim study. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted.
We don't have any debate, but I do have a request for police secretary.
The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1425 FN, an act relative, House will be in order, an act relative to the taking of real property by eminent domain. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Mark McLean for the committee. Representative Blazek has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us ought to pass on House Bill 1425 FN. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representatives Allard and Love. Representative Ford. Representative Ford.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 179 voting yea, 150 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1477 FN, an act prohibiting abortions after detection of fetal heartbeat. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Diane Langley for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. From Senator Mark McLean for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm here to speak in opposition to the committee recommendation of ITL on HB 1477. This is a bill that would ban abortion after the detection of a fetal heartbeat as defined as cardiac activity or the steady repetitive rhythmic contraction of the fetal heart. One of the things that the Roe versus Wade decision sought to explore was where life begins. And they went and they looked at the many religious beliefs practiced throughout the country, and what they found was there was no consistency there. There was a great amount of disagreement within those beliefs, and so you couldn't just settle in on one faith. So putting religion aside, they also went and they found that doctors had many varying views as well. But one area of agreement, however, was that most doctors tended to believe that life began at some time before birth. And it is for that reason that the Roe Court held that the right to abortion was not absolute, and it tried to balance a woman's right to privacy and the fetus's right to exist. HB 1477 simply looks at all the scientific information that was not available to the Roe Court 50 years ago, and it asks the question, Does life begin earlier than the Roe Court thought, and does that enhance the right of the fetus to maintain his or her life? We now know a lot more about the complexities of fetal development than the Roe Court could ever imagine. And in light of that expanded knowledge, the minority felt that while the rights of the mother are undiminished, the rights of the fetus are elevated to a point where its status must be reconsidered. At the stage of life defined in this bill, where a fetal heartbeat has been detected, the minority felt that the development had advanced to the point where the fetus's status as an individual human entity has been established. And we therefore ask that you overturn the ITL motion so the motion of OTP can be brought forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions?
No, thank you.
Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Langley. Member didn't yield.
Thank you. Thank you. House Bill 1477, as written. Can you hear? House Bill 1477, as written, is a near total ban on abortion within the state of New Hampshire. Were this bill to pass, it would essentially end access to abortion in New Hampshire, as it is a ban on abortion at around 6 weeks. Only 2 weeks after a woman's first missed menses, a time when many women do not even know that she's pregnant. To put it in another way, this bill could take away a woman's right to make her own medical decision before she even knows that she has a decision to make. House Bill 1477 is wildly out of step with the Granite State values. Abortion bans are a deeply held popular view in New Hampshire. Instead, we've had a long, proud bipartisan tradition of supporting reproductive freedom. The vast majority of Granite Staters believe that personal, private medical decisions should be between the individual and the doctor, not the individual and politicians. We can all agree Granite Staters deserve access to the best medical care available without shame or government interference. If this bill were to pass, that would no longer be the case for a woman seeking abortion care. Passage of this bill would force a woman who can afford an abortion to leave and go out of state. For those women who could not travel out of state due to lack of finances or transportation, she would be forced to remain pregnant against her will. Further, this would rob her of the trust, the guidance, and the expertise of the competent medical professional she had selected when making with her partner, if she so chooses, one of the most intimate and personal of life's decisions. Instead, the decision would follow a predetermined path that had been legislatively mandated by 1477. Finally, we don't have to imagine the impact of this abortion bill. We can simply look to the state of Texas and see the havoc that the abortion bills that have been created in Texas have placed on the health care system. Thank you. Please push the green button to ITL this bill.
Does the member yield to questions?
No, I do not.
Member does not yield. She's moving the table. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
and I'd like to speak to my motion. My motion is to table House Bill 1477, and I'd like to speak to my motion. I can't speak
You can
to
do
my
a
motion.
PI.
I'd like to give a PI.
Okay. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1477. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take their seats. The House will be in order. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1477. The chair recognizes Representative Marjorie Smith for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I knew that my very distinguished colleague from Stratford County would find a way to pack the House again and bring everybody in from the anteroom, and if I knew that while he was able to do that, there are many members of this body who at 8:30 in the evening were not able to be here and register their position on this very important vote, would I now vote to table House Bill 1477 with the expectation that in the very near future, perhaps as soon as tomorrow, we would be able to move to take this bill off the table and have everyone in the New Hampshire House be able to vote yes or no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the tabling motion on House Bill 1477. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend the state of the vote. 185 voting yea, 143 voting nay. House Bill 1477 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1490 FN, Act relative to equal access to places of public accommodation regardless of vaccine status. Be considered the same, report the same, with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Kurt Wolper for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Mark Page for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the recommendation that HB 1490 ought to pass. Under our state's anti-discrimination statutes, this bill would create a new but undefined category of protected class, vaccination status. In addition, the bill would prohibit places of public accommodation, including healthcare providers, from denying entrance to someone based on their vaccination status, and also prohibit them from requiring a person to use a medical device, another undefined term in the bill. As we contemplate creating another category of a protected class, it's worth considering the other enumerated classes already protected against discrimination, to which vaccination status would be added. Existing law prohibits discrimination in public accommodations based on categories such as age, sex, gender identity, or race. These are protected because, unfortunately, they have faced a long history of discrimination in exercising their civil rights. In this light, adding vaccination status as a protected class seems ahistorical and misplaced. But beyond that, it's worth thinking about the purpose and context of the state's anti-discrimination statute. RSA 354A, where this bill would rest if it became law, was enacted under the state's police powers to protect the welfare and health of our citizens. Yet this bill, if enacted, would threaten public health rather than protect it. For example, this bill would be enforceable against healthcare providers, creating a scenario whereby these providers could not require vaccines or even masks, perhaps, thus potentially exposing employees and patients to lethal but preventable diseases such as COVID-19. Indeed, at committee, healthcare providers testified that the threat that this bill represents to their ability to effectively protect their employees and patients' health and safety. Surely such a result is at cross purposes with the legislative intent of RSA 354A to protect the public safety and welfare of our citizens. And finally, this bill suffers from significant definitional shortcomings. Both vaccination status and medical devices, the operative terms of the bill, are undefined. The Department of Justice noted that this vagueness would lead to an increase in complaints under the law, diverting scarce resources to resolving the meaning and application of these terms. I urge you to oppose the committee's recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Wolper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if there's anything we've heard about today and for the last couple of years, it's vaccination. And can I be forced to get it? And masks, and do I have to wear them? Mr. Speaker, we looked at this bill. Can you hear me? A little closer to the mic. Go ahead. Any other advice, or do I have to listen to this? Okay. We had other bills that dealt with the same topic, and you've heard a lot about it today, about rights to be vaccinated and conscience rights and all of that. We chose to bring this one bill forward, dealing narrowly with public accommodation, Because we heard testimony, Mr. Speaker, of people who couldn't go buy their groceries because they couldn't wear masks for medical reasons, the medical device. I spent quite a bit of time trying to figure out what kind of medical devices could apply to, and the mask was the only one I could come up with. So if you can find some more, you can have it. All right, so it applies to masks and it applies to vaccination status. And we just believe that vaccination status is a part of your personal privacy, a part of your medical privacy, and you should not have to disclose that to use public accommodations, whether it's a bus or anything else. So for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I recommend we pass House Bill 1490.
Roll call has been requested by Representative Silber. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Members, take your seats. This is a roll call vote. The motion before us is the majority report of order passed on House Bill 1490. The chair recognizes Representative Langley for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know adding vaccination status to New Hampshire law recognizing vaccine status as a protected class is an overreach and a questionable precedent, and if I also know defining vaccine status as a protected class under the Civil Rights Act would make it impossible for health officials to monitor disease outbreaks, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know adding vaccination status to anti-discrimination legislation would limit the tools and data available to the state's public health efforts in protecting the safety of its citizens, excuse me, would I now vote no on the committee report of ought to pass? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Sylvia for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that discrimination of any kind is a horrible thing, if I know that your vaccination status is a piece of your private information, and further, Mr. Speaker, if I know that people shouldn't be poking around and trying to pry your private, personal health information from you, would I then press the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority report of order pass on House Bill 1490. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 161 voting yea, 170 voting nay. The motion fails.
Representative Smith moves ITL.
Representative Smith moves inexpedient to legislate.
Yes, you put the words right in my mouth, Mr. Speaker.
The question before us, the motion before us is the minority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1490. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Representative Baldessaro requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is a minority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1490. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 171 voting yea, 160 voting nay. The motion of ITL passes. Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1519 FN, an act defining religious belief and protecting it from discrimination. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Alexis Simpson for the committee. The motion before us is the committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Majority on the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1625, an act repealing the prohibition on entering or remaining on a public way or sidewalk adjacent to a reproductive health care facility. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Is in a marked page for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Mark McLean from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minority of the House Judiciary Committee felt that HB 1625, a bill repealing the New Hampshire law prohibiting people from being present on a public way adjacent to a reproductive health facility, is long overdue. The New Hampshire buffer zone law was enacted in 2014, and it's modeled after and largely similar to a Massachusetts law that the U.S. Supreme Court struck down in June of that year. Now, the Supreme Court was unanimous in its ruling that extending a buffer zone from clinic entrances was a violation of the First Amendment rights of those that sought to protest or offer counseling outside facilities. Chief Justice Roberts, in his opinion, stated that authorities have many less intrusive ways to deal with problems outside the clinics. And the committee heard testimony that existing criminal threatening laws are more than adequate to deal with most problems that arise. Given the constitutional issues plaguing this law, one might ask the question, why hasn't it been struck down like the Massachusetts law was struck down? And the reason is simple. After more than 7 years, no abortion clinic or reproductive health facility in New Hampshire has ever implemented its provisions, ever. As a result, no one has ever had standing to take it to court. So let that sink in for a little bit. Supporters of the bill repeatedly stressed its urgent need as a tool to keep clinics safe. And yet, having won the day, they never implemented the law that they had fought so hard for. Every effort at appeal has led to a great outcry that women and clinic staff would be subjected to increased danger if a repeal were successful. Well, guess what? The repeals were never successful. They were always unsuccessful, and still, the provisions of the law were never implemented. So let me ask you this. How can removing something that has never been implemented after 7 years lead to a sudden increase in danger? In this legislature, we should not seek to burden the state with an unconstitutional law that looks to inhibit the rights of our people to peacefully and prayerfully express themselves. This is especially the case when the law in question, by its ongoing inaction, turns a blind eye to the very people it purports to serve. It's time for repeal, and I hope you will join with me in overturning the ITL motion on this bill so the motion of ought to pass can be brought forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Notter has requested a roll call. We're down to the last speaker. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This is going to be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in favor of the bipartisan majority recommendation of the judiciary that HB 1625 is inexpedient to legislate. As we've heard, HB 1625 would repeal the state's current patient safety zone law, which provides for a safety zone around reproductive health care facilities. The bill is premised on the notion that our current law is unconstitutional because the U.S. Supreme Court struck down a restrictive Massachusetts law. There are a few preliminary points to keep in mind that on their own make this bill inexpedient to legislate. To begin with, the question of constitutionality of our current law is one for the courts, not this legislature, to resolve. In addition, it is important to note that placing reasonable restrictions on First Amendment rights in public spaces is nothing new in this state and many others. For example, we have similar protective zones around entrances and polling places that permit voters to enter the voting booth without interference while also successfully preserving others' First Amendment rights. But the fatal flaw in this bill is its reliance on the erroneous premise that because the U.S. Supreme Court struck down Massachusetts' buffer zone law in a case known as McCullen, our law is also unconstitutional. But this misreads McCullen, the Massachusetts case, as dictating that New Hampshire must also repeal its law. The real lesson from the McCullen, Massachusetts case is that there is no bright line Supreme Court test applicable to every state's safety zone law. Each state's statute must be evaluated on its own, and different facts lead to different outcomes. For example, the Supreme Court has upheld the Colorado safety zone law, and in January of 2021, the court declined to hear a challenge to a Pittsburgh ordinance providing a 15-foot safety zone around reproductive facilities, letting that ordinance stand. But importantly, the bipartisan co-sponsors of our current New Hampshire patient safety zone law carefully crafted our law with attention to the issues raised in McCullen, to which they had the benefit of hindsight review. As a result, New Hampshire's current law, which this bill would repeal, does not create a McCullen problem, but rather avoids one. In McCullen, the Supreme Court found Massachusetts' approach too rigid and extreme. That law mandated a 35-foot zone at every facility across that state and imposed both civil and criminal penalties, including a jail term. New Hampshire intentionally did not follow the Massachusetts path when it enacted our current safety zone law to avoid any constitutional problems. Unlike the Massachusetts statute, our current law does not mandate that every reproductive health care facility establish a safety zone. Instead, it enables their creation depending on the unique location and circumstances. Our current law does not require a fixed specified zone at every state. It permits establishment of one up to 25 feet. And unlike Massachusetts, our law imposes only civil penalties, not criminal. In sum, our law embeds the elasticity that the Supreme Court found lacking in Massachusetts law. In 2016, our Attorney General successfully defended our patient safety zone law in Reddy versus Foster, where the Federal District Court of New Hampshire concluded that the constitutionality of our law could only be rendered on the facts at the time of implementation, when and if a health facility uses a safety zone. Put another way, not only is it not appropriate for this branch to determine the constitutionality of our current law, but it's also premature to do so. Finally, it's not clear what problem this bill would fix. Indeed, we heard committee testimony of people successfully engaging with women entering reproductive facilities, suggesting that the current statutory framework strikes the right balance between competing rights and should not be disturbed. I respectfully ask that you uphold the bipartisan recommendation of the majority as ITL. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does the member rise?
I rise to make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I would move to table House Bill 1625.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1625. We don't have any division or Representative Nodder has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Mr. Speaker, I'll do a PR.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1625. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Marjorie Smith for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to go first. I expect always to follow. Mr. Speaker, if I know that consistency is the bugaboo of small minds, but nevertheless believe that the same argument that I made 35 minutes ago is even more true now, in that this issue is so important to so many people that we should not be voting on it at 9:05 in the evening, but perhaps at, say, 9:30 in the morning, would I now vote yes to table? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Nodder for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that our buffer zone law is transparently unconstitutional and has never been enforced, and if I also know that it serves no purpose except to chill and deter lawful speech that supporters of the law find offensive. And, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the New Hampshire Constitution says that free speech is essential to the security of freedom, would I then preserve the freedom of speech and press the red button to oppose this tabling motion? Thank you.
The motion before us on House Bill 1625 is to table. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend the state of the vote. 160 voting yea, 170 voting nay. The tabling motion fails.
So the question is now on the ITL, which is a roll call because it had been sufficiently seconded.
The motion before us now is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1625. This is a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1625. The chair recognizes Representative Notter for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that I just gave a parliamentary inquiry and that it applies to this motion as well, would I then vote red on the ITL? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Marjorie Smith for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If efforts to make sure that as many people as possible could vote have failed, would I now recognize the obligation of those here to support the bipartisan vote of the Judiciary Committee to ITL 1625?
The motion before us is majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1625. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you press the green button. If you're opposed, you press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 162 voting yea, 168 voting nay. The ITL motion fails. Representative Notter moves ought to pass.
Yes.
Who requested a roll call? Representative Edwards requested a roll call. I guess that's sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us ought to pass on House Bill 1625. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 168 voting yea, 162 voting nay. Minority report of order passes. Adopted. Majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was House will be in order. To which was referred 1673 FN, Act relative to women's health, privacy, and repealing the Fetal Health Protection Act. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Marjorie Smith from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Kurt Walper for the minority of the committee. The debate is going to be on the majority committee report on the amendment 0730H, printed in House Record 10A, pages 84 through 85. Chair recognizes Representative Simon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know it's been a very long day. This is a topic that garners a lot of attention and is difficult in a lot of ways for a lot of people. So I'll try to keep my comments brief this evening, as brief as possible. And there are a lot of things that I would really like to speak about this evening, but what I would like to do primarily is just remind us of what the Fetal Life Protection Act does and what this amendment does to the Fetal Life Protection Act. The Fetal Life Protection Act outlaws the killing of a child after 6 months gestation to 9 months gestation in the womb. For the first time in the state of New Hampshire's history, it gives equal protection under the law to those people. So for the first time in history, people who are that old cannot be killed any more than any other human being can be killed. And that puts us in a very unique position as a body. Because for the first time in the state of New Hampshire's history, this body has the power to remove equal protection under the law from some of our citizens and allow them to be killed. So the next time that an abortionist legally approaches a child between the gestational age of 6 months and 9 months and stabs that child through the heart and inserts poison into its veins so that it convulses until the heart seizes up, when we can't hear its silent scream of agony, that will literally be on us. We approved it. Not only did we approve it, we fought for it. We said it was good. This amendment basically guts any protection that any child in this age range will have. It doesn't protect any of them. It kind of dresses it up with some different language. Fetal anomalies not compatible with life, and a generalized health exception. It strips all of the criminal and civil penalties out of the bill, essentially rendering it completely unenforceable. I've had a lot of conversations with people around this chamber, and the number one thing that I've heard is that we don't believe that children are human beings before they're born. And there's something that I would like to straighten out about this particular point in pregnancy. I'd like to make it understood that every abortion at this point, the child will have to be born. The child will have to be born. And when that process of abortion is completed, when that child is killed, and the mother is induced, and the child is delivered, and that child is held in the hands of the abortionist, that child is no longer in the mother's womb. It is a complete human being. And it's a dead human being, and it's not dead by natural causes. It has a hole in the heart. Its veins are full of poison. Under any other circumstances, we would call that murder. But for some reason, we have this complete unscientific notion that the child who is in the womb 2 minutes before and the child who's outside the womb and after are completely different. And if somebody could get up here and explain that to me, I'd be unbelievably grateful. Because otherwise, what we're saying is that we believe that it's completely acceptable to either kill the child, have it born dead, or even worse in some cases, completely dismembered. Body part by body part. This is what the Fetal Life Protection Act outlaws. Leg detached, head detached, body completely torn apart. And when we're done, there's a pile of human body parts on the table.
I would question the member on his language.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I'm sorry. I'm new at this. Ladies and gentlemen of the General Court, I urge you to turn down the committee amendment on this bill so that a better motion can be made. Thank you.
House will be in order. Chair recognizes Representative Marjorie Smith.
Mr. Speaker, truth does still carry some weight. For some of us, more weight than others. What this bill represents is a coming together of disparate views. How did we get into this situation in the first place? We got into this situation because although every one of us knows that the Finance Committee never gets involved in policy and only deals with budget matters, you all do know that. I know it from my years as chair of Finance Committee. Never did we get involved with anything that would be policy, except when we wanted to. We all know, because it has been stated publicly by people who were making the decisions, that the reason that certain sections were put in House Bill 2, that's the budget trailer bill that is supposed to support things relating to money, that things that were irrelevant to money because there's no public dollar that goes into funding abortions in this state. Nonetheless, decisions were made to include language having to do with state policy affecting reproductive rights. Okay, that was done by the Finance Committee because it never gets involved with policy, and this body, in order to pass the budget, agreed. And the governor, who stated as clearly as he possibly could that he didn't like some of the language, but nonetheless, because it was in the budget, he had to sign it, signed it. Fine. That's what happens in a democratic, small d, democratic form of government where we have Republicans and Democrats and independents. We have people with different views on different subjects, and we accommodate as much as we can. That being the case, we then looked at what the language was and what the language accomplished and didn't accomplish. As a result, and after a lot of discussion, both sides of the aisle, the Judiciary Committee came up with an amended bill affecting women's health as it relates to the Fetal Protection Act, so named in the budget. One part of what we did was to take language developed by one of our colleagues who is the most effective advocates for what he views as fetal protection. And we took language, exact language that he came up with, and it's language that you can see in both the majority amendment and the minority amendment that the Judiciary Committee came up with. We took language that acknowledged the 24-week limit in which, under ordinary circumstances, abortions could be performed in the state. We also took the language that was somewhat unclear, having to do with certain tests about to which a pregnant woman would be subjected. And we said that would only happen, not at the beginning of a pregnancy, but if there was some question as to whether we were at the 24-week deadline or not. This was a minority amendment and the majority amendment. It is exactly the same language. Then we did two other things. We said and you can read about it in the report in the calendar, we said, okay, first, that the gestational age of 24 weeks, as I said, we would accept as a limit. We said except in cases where there are fetal anomalies that are inconsistent with life. Not fetal anomalies that might be anomalies but are not going to interfere with life, only those that were consistent with life. And we talked about the ultrasound test. We then eliminated the criminal and civil penalties that were in the Fetal Protection Act. In this state, medical care, in most states, but certainly in this state, medical care in the reproductive health or gynecology field, including abortion, is provided by medical professionals who, despite what some people might say, are licensed by the New Hampshire Board of Medicine and the New Hampshire Board of Nursing. These boards oversee the education, background training of every doctor, nurse, and practitioner and physician assistant in New Hampshire. And in addition to the state requirements, we also know that these providers are insured and the insurers maintain certain standards. We eliminated the civil and criminal penalties here because if in fact someone were to act in violation of the law, they would be held accountable by the appropriate bodies. To have this language free-floating meant that there were many people who would say, we're not going to come to New Hampshire to practice medicine. We're not going to take the chance that some idle person wandering around might charge us with no reason. Okay, so we did a change in credentialing. We did a change in ultrasound, and we acknowledged that fetal anomalies and the life and health of the mother are important. There were other things we didn't change. For example, we didn't address the language of rape and incest. There were other changes that we didn't make. Why? Because in the House Judiciary Committee, we worked together. We try to find common ground. We try to balance the competing demands of disparate views, and we did a good job. Now, at this time, now it's 9:30, and people continue to leave. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to stop for a moment only because my mother told me never to speak while others were speaking.
The member has a right to be heard.
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
I don't know how many times I've asked today for the chamber to be quiet, and I'm addressing both sides. Again, that neither side is complying with the simple request to allow the members to speak. So hopefully this will be my last request for the day. Let the members speak. If you need to have a conversation, take it out into the anteroom.
Thank you,
The
Mr.
member may
Speaker.
continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm tired, and I assume everyone here is tired. I made a suggestion a while ago that we put off this discussion until tomorrow. That did not seem to be the will of the body, and so we're proceeding now. But there is no earthly reason why a majority of this body would not recognize that This bill, as amended by a majority of the committee, honors and reflects the feelings of those with disparate views, but nonetheless continues the long tradition we have had in this state of respecting women's privacy and the right for a woman to make a decision having to do with her body without 400 members of the legislature trying to find their way into the doctor's office. I ask you to think about it and to think about the implications, to remember that not one public dollar in this state, actually in any state, not one public dollar goes to pay for abortion in those cases when abortion is legal, that to interfere with our long tradition is not going to cause abortion to disappear. We have always had abortion. What will happen if we do not pass this legislation in this way is the possibility that...
The member will suspend. State your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that the representative is wandering off subject quite a bit, and my understanding is that we have to stay on topic.
We're discussing the amendment to the bill right now, which member may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I respect the concerns of the members. I hope they're paying attention to realize that I have, in fact, been addressing the three major changes that the amendment to the bill brings into play, and recognize that with this amendment and this bill, we will have a logical, careful governing of abortion as it is appropriate in this state, and that we will make sure that we are not going to do here what has happened in other states where abortion continues but without the safe requirements when you can get a legal abortion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority amendment. Representative Notter has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote on the majority amendment. House will come to order. The motion before us is the majority amendment on House Bill 1673. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Notter for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this amendment makes a mockery of the Fetal Life Protection Act by removing all penalties for late-term abortions because there is no way to hold any violator accountable, and if I know that this majority amendment adds on an open-ended exception that makes the law a meaningless joke, and, Mr. Speaker, if I know that my colleagues who support abortion up to birth should look the people of New Hampshire in the eye and be honest about what they are doing instead of concealing their actions with an underhanded gutting bill, would I then press the red button? Thank you.
The House will come to order. We're on our second to last bill. Let's see if we can get through this in a civilized manner. The House will come to order. Chair recognizes Representative Simpson for a parliamentary inquiry.
If I know that the impact of our newly enacted abortion law is being felt right now, most significantly by families in extremely complex circumstances who have learned of a fatal fetal diagnosis late in their pregnancy, and if I know that this legislative body earlier today passed a bill allowing for healthcare professionals to make decisions based on their own conscience, and if I know that the original ultrasound provision in law is unclear and we need to clarify it, would I now press the green button to vote with the bipartisan majority of the Judiciary Committee and pass this amendment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before the House is on the majority amendment. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. (163) voting yea, 165 voting nay. The amendment fails.
Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Simon for an amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I move the adoption of the minority amendment 0688H. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is the amendment that we have seen frequently throughout this term. It addresses the lack of clarity in the ultrasound requirement that led providers to believe that they had to perform ultrasounds all the way up at the beginning of pregnancy with transvaginal ultrasounds. And that's where that whole conflict came from. That was never the intention of the writers of the bill, and this amendment clarifies that. I would just like to point out that both sides really do agree on the need for this bill, for this amendment, and we are running out of time to get it into one of our bills to be sent over to the other body. So I'd really urge everybody to adopt this amendment at this point so that we can send it to the other house. Thank you.
Question before us is the Minority Amendment 0688H, printed in House Record 10A, page 85. Chair recognizes Representative Smith, Marjorie Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is an example of what happens when people of disparate views work together. I think that the bill, as it came to you, was a fine bill. By 2 votes, this body chose not to accept that. Nonetheless, I would say to you that the minority amendment, which was using the exact same language in the majority amendment, is a good amendment. We need it to be added to the bill because while it doesn't do everything that it should do, it does at least clarify what had been a very confusing issue having to do with ultrasound use for women who are pregnant. Therefore, I ask you to support the minority amendment.
The motion before us right now is the Simon Amendment 0688H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The Simon Amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. I have quite a list here of speakers. Do we want to go just to the vote? The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1673. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Last bill. It's a one-on-one debate. Majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1674, an act relative to reproductive rights, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Kurt Walper from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, a report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Alexis Simpson from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Simpson. Speak against the committee report.
Mr. Speaker.
For what reason did the member rise?
For a motion.
State your motion.
I move HB 1674, lay it on the table.
That is a high priority motion. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 1674 on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Division has been requested. She can't come in. She can't come in. Members need to be in your seats. This is a clarification of the vote. There is no PIs. This is a verification of the vote. Members need to be in your seats. The motion is to table House Bill 1674. This is, again, a clarification of the vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Cushman. Representative Silver, Representative Perez.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend this state of the vote. 306 voting yea, 19 voting nay. Committee tabling motion on HB 1674 is adopted. Chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for a third reading motion.
Thank you. Hey, resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered a third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time, and when the House adjourns today, it be to meet Thursday, March 17th, 2022 at 9 a.m.
The question is on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk.
There are sandwiches available out back, leftovers. Feel free to take one on your ride home. There are Binax Now tests in your mailboxes for tomorrow. Please feel free to take them with you. Thank you. Please take your trash out of the chamber.
You need to do your thing first. That's why you have to do your thing first.